Welcome everybody to the council meeting for Tuesday the 26th of February for 2019. Welcome especially to councillors and staff, but those members of the gallery who've come along. Thank you for coming. It's a warm week. We are in our temporary abode. I hope you find it reasonably comfortable. The acoustics aren't quite as good as where we've been before, so hopefully people can speak up loudly enough for you to be heard, and I apologise if you can't. Members of the gallery, of course, can't interrupt or speak, so that makes it difficult for you to know, but you might get a staff on the shoulder who can come and try to encourage people to speak up. But everybody I know will try and do their very best. Apologies, running a couple of minutes late. It's the first council dinner we've had since we've moved out of our old premises, so we're still trying to get the logistics right. We wanted to honour some of our special awardee winners lately. In opening, I'd like to acknowledge the Kaurna people as traditional custodians of the land, and acknowledge their ongoing connection with the land, and acknowledge their leaders past, present and emerging. I'd like to read you the council pledge. It's 3 pages, thank you, yes. Seek wisdom and understanding as we face the duties of our united task, praying for the peace and prosperity of our city. Please be seated. Do any members have a conflict of interest or wish to declare a conflict of interest in any matter tonight? Councillor Barnett.
Yes, item 13.4. I have a conflict of interest because I could well be a recipient of funding to go along with other council-elected members to the National Australian Local Government Association meeting. So I'll leave the room, not debate. And item 13.10, I believe I have an actual conflict of interest in being possibly nominated by council for the Joy Galush Board for Women in Local Government. So I'll leave, not debate and not vote.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Backer, do I see your hand?
Yeah, similar item 13.4, conference opportunities, so I will remove myself from the decision making on that.
Thank you. Let's have a bit of quiet in the gallery if we can. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually hard for us to hear when you're chatting back there, so it has to be pretty quiet up there in the galleries. Any other conflicts of interest people like to declare? Councillor Pearce?
At 9.4, I've got some properties in the streets. Is in that motion?
So the number again, 9.4?
4. Yep.
Just to clarify, so it's a perceived conflict of interest, so I assume you are declaring, just Andrew Governance, that's how I take it. There are a number of properties in those streets of which you own 1, 2. Yeah, so I will consider that you're a minor player in it.
I thought it
That's quite appropriate. If you own half of them, that would be different.
Not yet.
I will declare a conflict of interest with the item at 13.4 to go to conduct inquiry, and I'll leave the room for that. Do I have any other declarations of a conflict of interest? 13.14, sorry. 13.14. Okay, there being none, we'll move on to, on leave we have nil, and apologies, we have Gwen, who is flying back from a commitment in Melbourne. She was asked to speak on her role in housing homeless people, which I thought was a pretty honour for her to be acknowledged like that. Do I have confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council for Tuesday the 22nd of January? Somebody wish to move that way? Councillor Barnett, wish to speak to it?
No.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Harris, wish to speak to it?
Thank you.
Query, debate. All those in favour? Against is carried. Thank you. Mayor's report is there for you on pages 1 and 2. Someone have you move it to its current form? Councillor De Backer, wish to speak to it?
Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Grush, wish to speak to it? Any further debate? That concludes debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Thank you. Council member reports and briefings. Are there any? There being none, we'll move on. Petitions we have nil, deputations nil, motions on notice we have 4. The first of those is item 9.1, Councillor Barnett, as is our custom and practice here. Would you like to read out your motion?
Yes, and I shall try to raise my voice. The problem is that we, under the legislation, have to address the chair, which is that way. So it's very hard to have my voice going back that way.
Yes.
Anyway, so I would like to move that a report comes to the March 2019 council meeting outlining the opportunities to seek state heritage listing for the Prospect Air Raid Communications Centre, a former World War II civil defence sub-control station commonly known as Prospect Air Raid Shelter. And so just background information. So currently the structure is on the City of Prospect Local Heritage List as described. We'll just call it the Air Raid Shelter. But Prospect Local History Group believes that the shelter should be on the State Heritage List as it's evidence of a significant period in the history of South Australia, and it has a unique feature of a glass wall on its northern and western sides, which none of the other remaining three structures have. The structure is largely unaltered and displays engineering, building and architectural qualities illustrative of the response to air attacks. Also, for state heritage listing, it demonstrates the Commonwealth, state and local response to the threat of aerial bombardment and invasion in 1942, drawing together government and community in a team effort. So it wasn't really, it was a magnificent effort by our local people, but we're premising that it really should be also on the state heritage list. And it was part of Commonwealth and state government legislation and planning, so not just a local response. So there are a whole lot of other reasons. It is one of only three such structures left in South Australia, and these types of shelters are South Australian designs and appear nowhere else in the world, so they are unique. I won't go into whole of the detail that this group put forward to exist. So under the South Australian Heritage Places Act Division 1 for the state government listing, it demonstrates important aspects of the evolution of a pattern in the state's history. It has some rare qualities of cultural significance. It's an outstanding representative of a particular class of places of cultural significance. It has an outstanding representative of particular construction techniques or design characteristics, and it has strong cultural associations for the community or group within it. And it's an object that is intrinsically related to the heritage significance of a state heritage place. Therefore, I hope that my motion is supported.
You go to second. Councillor Harris, wish to speak to it?
No, I think it was quite well explained, and it's a magnificent place, and it does involve a lot of the neighbourhood, particularly children, the schools and things like that, and I believe we could do a lot with it in the future.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Back.
So very well to the mover. Look, I strongly support that we, as a council, support this motion. It is for a report. It's not to decide on its worthiness or whatever. And I think as part of our strategic plan and looking at respecting the past, I think it's a really worthwhile structure. And it actually bamboozles me. Like, I can't believe how much attention it gets from outside of the community. I mean, I've had the tour and it's really, really interesting. It's fascinating. We get people coming from all across the state to have a look at it. And like Councillor Harris mentioned, the school kids are just enthralled by it. So I think it's a really exciting story to tell, and I'd really love to see the report come back to us for further discussion.
Any further debate? Thank you, Councillor Barnett. If you see you need to sum up.
No.
I conclude the debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next motion notice is from Councillor Ripp regarding public question time. Councillor Ripp.
I'll read out the motion. That the City of Prospect Council A prepare a report by May 2019 for Council's consideration to implement the inclusion of an agenda item titled Public Question Time to the City of Prospect Council's ordinary meetings. prepare a set of guidelines as part of the report to be brought back for Council's consideration by May 2019 to set out our expectations of what is considered to be acceptable conduct in terms of questioning in public question time. As part of the set of guidelines, refer to the City of Salisbury Council, for example, which the elected members were provided a link for the City of Salisbury. The reason I would like to...
Sorry, mate, just use a couple of different words there. Instead of and line of questioning, you said in terms of questioning. Which words would you prefer to move? As
what's up there?
agenda paper. Okay, thank you. Sorry, congrats.
Pleasure. The reason I'm moving this, I've noticed that particularly with Salisbury Council and Camberdown Council had public question time on their agenda, and I thought that intrigued me, so I read a bit further. And what public question time gives people, public, the opportunity to come to council, ask their questions. And I thought, wow, we could actually do something like this here at Prospect and give the public the opportunity to come, ask their questions and be heard. And we already record meetings here, so we're pretty inclusive in terms of the way we engage our community. But I'm looking at, I'm hoping to get council support to implement this as a different way of being inclusive in the community and allowing and engaging with the public in a different format. I hope to get council support with this, and I think having a look at the City of Salisbury guidelines, I was quite amazed how detailed they were, how thorough, how they set out. So I had questions running through my head when I was putting this motion forward. What if someone comes and they tried to deliberately embarrass a staff member or another elected member? Well, it deals with that in the guidelines. What if someone asks questions and the council staff can't answer them on the night? Well, they can take the question on notice and provide a submission to the papers. And I thought the guidelines were actually pretty clear, and we would only have to do pretty minor modifications to actually implement this at our council. Just because it doesn't happen at many councils, in my opinion, doesn't mean it can't happen at Prospect. And I think we can be leaders in this space. So I welcome fellow elected members' thoughts.
Have a second. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I support it. Again, it's calling for a report, and I think we should do whatever we can to make sure our community has the opportunity to be involved and to ask questions. I note, I did a quick online search, and I note now that many South Australian councils in the last couple of years now include a public question time. I would just say that in our report that staff might be able to clarify the difference between a public question time, which I understand is an item it's not on the council agenda, and the deputation, which I understand is an item in the council agenda. So we might just take that on board, and other members might have some other ideas.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Mayor-Larwood.
Give me 2 seconds. I think it's an interesting topic to dig into. My concern here is that the way the motion's been put forward, it's almost a fait accompli. The second part of the motion doesn't say anything around based on what the discussions lead us to think is a good idea. So the first part is a report, which I assume means that we go and have a chat about it at the workshop and we refer to examples and so on and so forth. But the second one says prepare a set of guidelines as part of the report and report back to council. So it's almost saying it's going to happen and we just want to prepare a set of guidelines. So I'm not comfortable with that. I'm comfortable discussing it and seeing if we think it's a good idea, but I wonder if we could reword the second part of this motion in a way which doesn't mean that it's going to happen. By the words it sounds like it's going.
I'm happy to take it in parts, Deputy Mayor, if that would solve your problem. Yeah. Councillor Group.
Thank you. I commend the motion. I think it's fantastic, and I share the same concerns as Deputy Mayor Larwood. Could I just also suggest, without an amendment, that if staff, when they're looking at this particular motion, also consider public questions in workshops, because I think that would actually provide another interesting layer about engaging with the community. So if that could just be addressed in the report back by May, that would be great. If that's not contrary to the motion, of course.
Certainly not contrary, and you're not moving an amendment, I take it. You're just comment. Yeah, okay. Yep. CEO's nodded. Listening. Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Ripp, back to you to sum up if you need.
Yeah, look, just a quick comment. I believe with part 2, I'm not 100%, wasn't following 100% of the set up with the guidelines. It says prepare a set of guidelines as part of the report. So that would then fuel the discussion is what I was meaning. So I wasn't sure where it locks us into 100% do it, but I'll take that comment on board. And obviously we're aware we'll have to come back to the council through workshops to implement it anyway so we can thrash it out there.
Okay, thank you. That's the debate. So take it in parts. All those in favour of part 1? It's unanimous, thank you. And all those in favour of part 2? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, move on to item 9.3. Again, Councillor Ripp regarding Broadview Oval.
Thank you. So the motion reads, that a report is to be presented to the April 2019 meeting of Council regarding various issues relating to Broadview Oval. This report is to specifically address the following issues. Details of the Broadview Oval maintenance program, specifically addressing concerns of poor turf condition, especially in recent weeks, including contractor performance. A method of addressing the potential use of the unused croquet land and building at Broadview Oval, including costings, is provided in the report. A tree assessment is undertaken after a request from the Broadview Football Club to remove the eucalyptus SP and, won't try the next word, sorry, located adjacent to the Broadview Football Club rooms. The outcomes of the assessments and recommendations are to be provided in the report. Any other issues that may be considered relevant regarding the ongoing strategic management or maintenance of Broadview Oval. I suspect this motion will be taken in parts tonight, and that's fine. Initially, I was proposing to put this up as 4 separate motions, but advice from the staff was combine the motion into one, so we're not repeating the same thing for every motion in terms of what I'm saying. And I was happy to take that feedback on board, but if people want to take it in parts, more than happy with that. I was really concerned. I met with President of the Broadview Football Club along with Deputy Mayor Matt Larwood, and I know that Councillor Harris has been in touch with the club as well, but couldn't make the initial meeting, but I'd like to state his concern as well and interest in the matter. I'm particularly disappointed, I was really upset and particularly disappointed at that meeting, and elected members were provided an email with me with photos of that meeting. The quality of the turf condition and how we have I'm really disappointed with the council for letting the staff are aware of my views, letting the contractor, not, in my opinion, properly managing the contractor and letting it get to such a state where I went down to the Oval and you could tell exactly where the sprinklers were on the Oval. I was standing around a 1 metre radius of grass, the rest of it was all dry. And you could tell exactly on the Oval where the sprinklers were. I was really upset as someone that's been involved in sport and rec clubs for years to see the state that club was in. Really upset me. I know that particularly I don't want to see that Oval in a situation where they have 6 weeks into the season, get some heavy rain and that Oval just turns to mud. It would be a real disappointment. I know that we got a contractor, we have a contractor to manage that Oval, but it is still our responsibility to manage that contract, in my opinion, manage the contractor and to ensure that we can't just say, oh, we've got someone else doing that, that's okay. We as a council need to learn from this and make sure that any facilities where we've got a contractor looking after it, we are still responsible. It is a council asset, it's a council-owned resource. It is not simply good enough to say, oh, we thought the contractor was managing that. I know the staff have really taken on board that feedback and have been fantastic in the last couple of months getting there, trying to addressing the situation. But let's just hope we can look at this motion. I'm really hoping to get your support so we can manage the ongoing issues there in terms of turf condition. Also, unused croquet land there down at Broadview Oval has been sitting derelict for quite a while. It is an eyesore. It's terrible that it's left in that state. I would like to see our council go out there and really find out what can we do with that unused croquet land. I've had residents complaining to me saying, what is this overgrowth? How have council let this get to such a state before we've gone out there and been proactive in terms of, seeking community interest for that unused croquet land? So my ideas that have come. Obviously, Broadview Football Club think it'd be great on game day, so they're not interrupting matches and they can train there. I've also had a resident raise maybe a community garden on that space as well as another option. So let's get out there and see what the community. See what the community think. Part 3, tree assessment. As part of that meeting, we shown 2 trees. I was particularly concerned with the tree at the Broadview Football Club that's in front of the club rooms there. Massive, it looks like, from the look of it, massive tripping hazard with pavers, as well as dropping leaves, so it's not great from the spectator perspective. The other tree, 50-50. But let's go out there, let's do an assessment, let's get that information. And any other issues, and one other issue, as part of any other issues that the club did raise was how great the path is at attracting people to use the path. They're also seeing now flying footballs potentially hitting people that are using that space. So look, want to put this forward and get your views. Thank you.
Do I have a second? Councillor Harris, would you speak to it?
Yes, just quickly, a couple of things. In the first part, calling for a report and the maintenance, I almost word for word agree with my pro-councillor that it should not have got into that situation, number one. And being on previous councils, we spent large amounts of money rectifying a problem. It wasn't just fixing up something, it was rectifying a problem with water, so it was very disappointing to see that. So interested in that report, and not just subcontractor, most probably his son that done the job, the end result. The one I was a bit cautious of is the croquet club, and croquet, is it? Yeah.
Croquet land, yeah.
So that bit of land there, because I believe I tried last year to get money as part of the master plan for the tennis club. So I felt a little bit, 1 minute I'm on the tennis club, next minute I'm on the football. So it's a little bit two bob each way. The trees, I'm glad we talked about the eucalyptus one, and the other one's actually a she oak, which is a large tree. I have a problem with that one coming down. The other one is healthy, and very unusual for me to agree to take a healthy tree, but I do see some of the problems with it in conjunction with where it's situated and stuff like that. But if the master plan ever comes to reality, the football club rooms will be somewhere else, and we've knocked down one big huge tree that we don't have many on. So that one I'm very cautious of, and all the rest go into the report. So while I did originally ask for it to be in parts as my voice to be in parts, was because I was seeing the thing about the croquet club and that, but I'm now happy to move it as or second it to go as a whole.
Any further debate? Councillor Gruden.
Can I just ask that it's taken in parts? Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, totally fine.
Sorry, I was just checking with the CEO. There is only one part, but with the indulgence of the mover and the seconder, we believe we can split it up so there are multiple parts. Let's see, how would we do that?
Thank you for the question, Mayor O'Loughlin. We would amend we'd actually insert sub-numbers into the dot points so that you are then able to take them in parts.
Okay, so just a procedural matter. Mover happy to do that. Seconder happy to do that. Councillor Harris, you happy?
Yes, happy.
Let's seek leave of the meeting to incorporate those changes into the motion. Just to read the numbering. All those in favour? Against, is carried, and thus becomes sub-numbered and able to take it in parts, which I can now do. Anything further?
Just a question to the Director of Construction and Environment through the Chair. Just in relation to the removal of the trees, what impact would that have if master plan be went ahead? So, Councillor Harris's point that we move the club rooms, and I can't in my mind's eye remember exactly where they're going, but does that actually, is there a significant impact? We move the tree and then we move the club rooms. Are we creating a future problem for us?
Through the Chair, just really great that it's a draft master plan. A Broadview Urban Master Plan hasn't been endorsed by Council. Look at bringing that report to Council later in the year. In terms of the eucalyptus species, if you were to move the club rooms, eucalypts are very susceptible to damage if you prune the roots, so I reckon that tree would have to come out if you move the club rooms anyway. The she oak is far enough away that if the club rooms were removed and you re-save that area, save that tree, we'll provide that further information regarding that as part of the tree assessment.
Thanks, Director. Anything further, Councillor? Deputy Mayor Love.
So just a couple of points. So 1.3, the eucalyptus tree, that's the one out the front of the club rooms. Yeah. So a point that Councillor Rip referred to, and one of the key drivers behind this from the club's position is that the ambulance drivers who may have to attend have said we can't get through. Yeah. That point there, I didn't get a tape measure out and go and chase around an ambulance to see how big that was, but they said that someone gets injured on the field, they get taken off the field to the club rooms, an ambulance can't get past that tree to get close enough to the club rooms to successful. So whether that means that the trolley might have to travel an extra 10 minutes or not, who knows, but if they've had that feedback from people whose jobs it is to step in when you've got a difficult circumstance there, then I think we need to take that feedback on board. But I think we need to investigate, make sure that's accurate.
Yeah.
And I think we've spoken enough about the first one, which just kind of disappeared at the top of the screen there. So now that I don't have to speak about that one, can you go down, please? Sorry, I'm being silly there. 1.4, so we picked up on a couple of other things whilst we're there. Again, Councillor Rip referred to the great success of the running track. But we put the running track in at the wrong time of year last year. We ruined the grass in front of the key part of the club rooms there for the club. We made a poor effort to remediate that. We haven't followed up on that and noticed that hasn't been successful. And as a result, it's in a shocking state. And, potentially there's some health and safety issues there, but as much as anything, I think, we talk about contractors who come in and rip up our roads but don't replace it as it was beforehand and leave piles of bricks on the side of the road. We've done the same thing, come in and made an improvement, but we haven't taken the time to repair it and fix it and return it to the state that it's in. So I'd like to encourage the staff to do a great job in general, but it seems like there's a couple of areas where we could have a look at the whole workflow around some of these things that we do and make sure that we're closing the loop and doing the job properly. And then I think that everyone would be, very, very thankful for the great work that the staff do and not upset by just that last 5%. So that's all I really want to say.
Thank you. Further debate, sorry. If not, Councillor Rip, back to you to sum up if you see the need. Okay, I'll take it in parts as I said I would. I'm going to take part 1 and then 1.1, 1.2 and 1.3. So all those in favour of part 1? Against it, so carried unanimously. Thank you. All those in favour of part 1.1? Against it is unanimous. Thank you. Part 1.2. All those in favour? Again, carried unanimously. Thank you. 1.3. Against? It is carried. And item 1.4. All those in favour? It is carried unanimously. Right, thank you, Councillor Rip. Item 9.4, Deputy Mayor Larwood, Small Street Activation Policy.
There's a lot of words here, but I'll read them out as is our custom. That a report is to be presented to the May 2019 meeting of the Council regarding the development of the Small Street Activation Policy. This report is to specifically address the following issues. Develop a plan/guidelines/policy to improving the streetscape and placemaking within narrow streets between Churchill Road and Devonport Terrace, Clifton Street Avenue Road, Allen Street, Elizabeth Street, Belford Avenue, Totton Street, Winter Terrace, Butcher Place. The second part is streetscape improvements may include but not limited to footpath upgrades, additional greenery, street trees and understory planting, water-sensitive urban design, entry-exit statements, parking controls, pedestrian and cycle friendly, and the traffic calming statements. Develop innovative methods of community activation, involvement, consultation on a street-by-street basis to assist prioritise streetscape improvements and to undertake feasibility of prioritisation of Allen Street as a pilot project. Part 2, in the short term, investigate options and a community engagement plan to undertake following an Allen Street prospect. Replace the stones on the southern verge installation by the developers with loan to allow residents to plant verge. And second part, install parking controls with yellow lines in reference to City and Prospects Narrow Street policy.
Speak to it as well.
Sum up the energy. Okay, so during my campaigning in the recent council election, I actually rode every street in my ward, and I walked pretty much every street in my ward, drove around it, of course. And what I noticed was that we've placed a fair bit of emphasis on what we would like to do on Devonport Terrace, pronunciation right, and also Churchill Road. But there was a whole lot of streets that you zigzag up and down there, which to varying degrees are rather ignored. Fast forward, and a group of interested residents contacted Councillor Barnett and myself and invited us to come down to the street corner meeting, where they presented their views and their vision for what their street could be. It was fantastic to see a group of residents so engaged in their local community that they had put time and effort into helping us do our job. It was fantastic to see. Initially the idea was, what can we do for Allen Street? But I thought that there was an opportunity to take this approach a lot broader than just one street, because if we spot fix, we may not do it consistently, we may not be making the right decisions. So the concept of developing a plan and guidelines and policy around small street activation, similar to what we do with narrow streets, started to form in my mind. I'd like to thank Councillor Barnett for her support so far and recognise the input that she's had and the ideas that she's come up with. Whilst this talks about the street between Churchill Road and Devonport Terrace, there's no reason why we couldn't consider extending the policy and the guidelines out to any other streets in our area. It doesn't mean we have to do anything. What it means is that if opportunities arise, we prioritise them based on need and opportunity and community benefit, then we've got a consistent way of dealing with it. I was going to say something really good, but I forgot what it was. Maybe I wrote it down.
One of the floor, 50 minutes. All right, we still have the floor.
So I think we should look for examples of where this has happened successfully. I know what it was. I think we can consider this as a way of not only improving the situation for existing residents, but also setting the bar or the benchmark for what people can experience by moving into those streets in the future. If you look at a street like Allen Street, which is probably one of the best examples or worst examples, and count up how many people might be living there in a couple of years' time, it could be as many as a lot of other streets in Crossfield, which are significantly longer. So you've got a pretty compact number of people living in this small local area, and we are redesigning what that whole area of Prospect looks like, for better or for worse. That's what's happening. And I think we owe it to our residents to work out ways of them leveraging what our community can offer. But what we don't want is people sitting in their small apartments and not getting out and meeting each other and mingling and helping form a community. So we should be playing our part to help ensure that happens. I like the idea of developing innovative methods of community activation. So essentially that's working out how we can bring people out from their houses, bring them out into the street, make it easy for them to form a community, get to know each other, help each other out, and just improve the overall amenity of living in Prospect. So it's quite a few to come with it. 1 minute left. There's quite a few parts to this, and I understand that it will be a bit of a working process, but I'd really like to see us move through this process and deliver an outcome which helps us on the pathway. And the overall objective, as I mentioned before, is increasing the community benefit and the amenity for people who live in that part of our city.
Thank you. All right, we have a seconder. Councillor Barnett, you should speak to it.
Yes, and I thank my fellow councillor for taking effort to work with the director and put all this into a sort of a context for us, because we have been spending since like 2 years now without Devonport Terrace, but then this is also, that consultation has been leading into some of the sorts of feedback from residents there as well, and particularly with the Allen Street, which has undergone a very big change, like some of our streets and our suburb down in that part of the area, for good or bad, whatever your viewpoint is. And I think it was just a really great group of the Allen Street residents just recognise that it came more in a positive approach when we had our street meeting with them. So it wasn't in some of a negative context. It's just that they wanted to be have some ideas we've seen. There are others as well, and so I think there are things that we could be doing fairly quickly. Perhaps like the yellow line marking with a narrow street, with replacing the sort of no thank you to the developers who built one of the apartments there and built it with chunky stones. So just not in our policy, I understand. Yes, so I hope that fellow councillors will vote for this, because it could very well be that in their parts of their wards, and particularly where we have development, narrow streets, and if there are residents there that are keen to work with council, so I'd like you to support it.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Back.
Look, I think it's a great motion, and I think there's some really interesting elements in there. But my concern is the extent of the motion and the cost. So just for the benefit of the gallery, with spending on streets, which tend to be quite expensive, for the chair, things like footpaths, roads, landscaping take a lot of planning, design and funding. So often we set our budgets in advance and we go through a schedule. And we have our West Ward councillors, and obviously, like all of us during the elections, have noted things around our wards that need attention. So I'm just concerned that in doing this kind of work, it's bringing forward work that may be at the detriment of other streets that are due to be redesigned or repaved or that kind of thing. So I'm just wondering, there might be scope to alter the motion perhaps, to look at a policy generally. And I'm not in favour of reinventing the wheel either, because I know there's some great publications. I think it's the Urban Design Guide by Healthy Living Urban Design Guide, which was released maybe less than 3 or 4 years ago. So it might be a case that when we're looking at street design, particularly in our higher density, that we're referring to documents that are current, and instead of maybe reinventing the wheel. There's some great programs existing for replacement of what's that, grey dolomite with loam. So we already have things. So it might actually be connecting the dots with some of our residents to let them know what current activation things we currently have available. So later in the council meeting tonight, we've actually got quite a few budget variations. So I'm very cognizant that things like this can be quite expensive. There is no dollar figure associated with this. There is a report, but it's quite and I'm just mindful of the amount of time it will take and the cost in this. So if it can be done in another way to get a similar outcome, referring to existing documents in our street planning policy, specifically for higher density, I would be in favour of that, but I won't be supporting the motion as it stands.
Thank you. Any further debate? Just from the chair, I think the last speaker raised an interesting concept, which is this seems very focused on a particular part of our city. It raises issues that are pertinent to quite a few small streets across our city. And I know that the first line, the very first line says, give us a report regarding the development of a small street activation policy. So I think the intent is that it's generic, but obviously has a focus in a particular precinct. That precinct marries up entirely, as Councillor Barnett said, with our Devonport Terrace precinct review, which follows on from our upgrade of Churchill Road. So there's some synergies here. But I have been talking also to Councillor Wen, who's pretty interested in this motion in terms of the side streets that exist in her area north of Regency Road. And a couple of those, particularly Murray Street, I don't think any of us have put our hand in our heart and say it's a very exciting place to be. Mostly because of the soil profile. This breaks through the limestone escarpment. It's very difficult to get things to grow on that street, and the soil doesn't look terribly good. Although not many weeds grow in it, it's probably its own saving grace. But this policy would equally apply to streets like Murray Street. And we have several short streets throughout the city connecting longer streets where they were once just the prevail of corrugated iron side fences to houses. But over time, those houses have been subdivided because this council has encouraged corner lots to be subdivided so as the houses along the street don't get subdivided. It's kind of that arrangement. So we've actively encouraged new houses on those little streets, and they deserve their bit of prospect beauty wherever they are across our city, Collinswood all the way through to Northern Prospect and everywhere else. So I take the generic intent of the policy, and I'm interested in the summing up to talk to us about why we would start in this zone, or whether the intent really is for it to be a genuine policy setting based on this zone, but would apply throughout the entire city. So that's my contribution. Any further debate? That's the case. Back to the mover to sum up. Vicky Mayor.
In my opening speech, if that's what it's called, I did refer to the fact that I can't see why this wouldn't apply more broadly to the whole city. The reason why this came to mind is quite simple, and that is that the feedback I got whilst door knocking was that there was a significant need for it. It was obvious there was a need for this. There's a demand for this. And I haven't had that demand coming to us from other parts of the city. So whilst it might be there, I can't understand and know what everybody across the whole city wants us to do. So I've gone with what I've heard and gone with the feedback that I've received from my door knocking. I really don't like the idea of setting this into some generic couple of dot points which references some previous documents and some best practice. I think that that's an ideal recipe to bury it and for nothing and for it to be worthless. The only way that we're going to actually, so if we want to improve Prospect Oval Precinct, or if we want to improve Broadby Oval Precinct or Charles Cane Reserve or whatever it might be, what do? We master plan it. We come up with a policy and some planning and some guidelines about how we're going to do it when we get the opportunity and as it fits in and as funding becomes available. We don't reference some airy-fairy, it would be nice and look at that and here's some guidelines that you might want to adopt and here's some things we did before. We come up with a specific master plan to address a problem. And I think we've got a problem. We're creating a situation which if we address it the right way, we can create a genuine precinct feel. If we don't approach it the right way, we're going to end up with a whole lot of people who are disappointed with part of their aspects of living in Prospect. So what I'm asking for here isn't to pull forward a whole lot of budget bids and to focus landscaping and street redos and footpaths and trees and Philippic roads and all sorts of things like that in this part of the city. What I'm asking for is let's develop some guidelines, let's look at a policy, and as the opportunities become available, and we need to do those things anyway as part of our asset renewal program and so on and so forth, let's have an idea or some direction and structure around how we do it. I think it makes common sense. Otherwise, what we'll do is what we always seem to do, and we'll spot fix and we'll do something like this here, we'll do something like that over there, we'll do it differently over here, 4 years later we'll have a different approach, and we'll end up with a hodgepodge. We'll miss the opportunity that we've got to create a precinct fairly long here. So I'm more than happy for this to be considered more broadly than just these streets and the streets that are referenced in there. I think that makes a good sense. But I'm pretty happy with the content and the wording of the motion as it is.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? All those against? It is carried. Good. Thanks for that. Some good motions on notice there. Now have questions with notice nil. Questions without notice. We have one from Councillor Barnett. Not that I got notice of it, Councillor.
Pardon?
Not that I got notice of it, it was without notice. But I think you may have had a question.
Yes, I do. I sent a copy along, so I don't know where it's gotten to. Most probably
Fire away.
All right. So my question without notice, and it just came up from something that residents discussed with me last night, so I apologise it wasn't with notice, but that's why we do have an agenda item as such. And my question without notice is, how vulnerable is the City of Prospect to the loss of its heritage-related contributory items and loss of demolition controls in its historic conservation zones under, and it should be under possible proposed changes, to the design code and regulations from the SA State Government Planning Commission, and what is Prospect Council intending to do about this?
Thank you. Director?
Through the chair, I'd have to do a bit of digging. We'd have to try and cross-reference essentially what the planning and design code is proposing to do with the historic conservation zone. We haven't seen one of those yet. Planning and design code has just been released for the outback regions or the out-of-council regions, and I don't believe they have a historic conservation zone example in there, so we'd have to find that out. My understanding, if historic conservation zones continue to exist, demolition controls will continue to exist. That zone, I'd need to check the things of that, which I don't believe exists yet, but we'll certainly do some digging and we'll get back to you via memo or report.
Thank you, Director. Good to see you. Further information.
Thank you, Mayor. So following on from the Council's resolution in relation to advocating not to have demolition, to actually have provisions that prevent us from receiving an application for demolition. I have organised a meeting with the SA Planning Commissioner on the 15th of March to advocate in relation to the current policy that the state has that demolition does not require development approval. And the Mayor is preparing a letter to the Minister for us to also go and see the Minister in relation to that very important item.
Thank you.
Good. Follow-up question, Councillor?
Pardon?
Follow-up question?
No, I see some information will be coming, so I'll leave it till I get them.
Thank you. Any further questions without notice? Councillor Harris?
Yes, just one regards another point that's coming up. Back in September at the council meeting, Councillor De Backer asked the questions about Edwin Street and the area, and particularly the last point of the answer back from the staff was that you'd be sending a letter to the CEO of DITA. Have we got a reply back from them?
From the Department of Transport?
Yeah, to you.
I'll ask. Personally, I've got one, Director. There's one in the report.
It's not in the report.
As a result of that council item, we sent a letter to DIPTI on 16th of October, and that's on page 47 of the agenda. We received an email response from DIPTI, and that's page 50.
The one I was talking about that was supposed to go from the mayor to the CEO, not the CEO, the CEO of the government, and I wondered if they replied.
Thank you, Councillor. So it's a further letter, not the one in the report, another letter. Yeah. Thank you, Director.
Should I take that on notice? Get back to you. That's okay. Thank you.
We'll get back to that. Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions without notice? There being none, thank you. We'll move on to item 12, minutes of committees and regional subsidiaries and other bodies. First item here is 12.1, the Audit Committee minutes from the 18th of February. Recommendations are there on page 12. Someone happy to move it in its current form? Rick, wish to speak to it? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Barnett, wish to speak to it?
No.
Further debate? Close debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 12.2, Strategic Planning and Development Policies Committee meeting minutes of the 19th of February. Recommendations on page 12. Somebody wish to move in its current form? Councillor De Backer, wish to speak to it?
I do, actually. So Strategic Planning and Development Policies Committee. Now, it's quite a mouthful, but I'd encourage any elected member or indeed member of the public to attend. Now, it was a very interesting meeting. The minutes are in a link. The agenda is in a link, but the minutes are noted here. And what it doesn't highlight is some of the subject matter that was discussed, including approaches to how they're looking at Regency Road, Percy Street, Alpha, Bridges, Balfour and Warren. So what they're looking at is a streetscape analysis. Now, there was some feedback given at the committee meeting about the approach to streetscape analysis. And what I took away from it is the way that they're looking at character and street elevation and this is through the planners, not the council proper, it'll come back to council through a workshop, is looking at the existing character and what streets are right to be developed and which ones are to be left alone. And I had real concerns about some of the approach. There was feedback given about parking and narrow streets and placing existing pressure on existing streets and the ability to achieve targets for canopy cover. So if we're reducing the amount of verge by increasing the amount of driveways, we actually reduce the amount of ability to have tree canopy cover. So one of the important discussions about the Strategic Planning and Development Policies Committee meeting was the fact to look at housing diversity that maintains canopy cover and reduces driveway impact. So there's lots of different housing typologies. And also being cognizant, and probably just in our last discussion, about the importance of our existing character and defining that existing character and the quality of the materials. So it can be quite, subtle going through the council minutes, but I just want to draw your attention to the fact that the agenda is available online and there have already been numerous streets discussed. So certainly community members that live on those streets might want to have a look and see what's discussed. There will be workshops coming through in the next month or so, and certainly information coming back to council. But I just wanted to highlight the importance of these discussions, and I look forward to you moving the motion and receiving more information in the future.
Thank you. Got a seconder? So Lynette, you can speak to it.
Yes, it was one of those very timely meetings and discussions. And as Councillor Baker says, it really draws together over the last several months or even longer than that. And it particularly is timely because it's state government, the planning matters that are being looked at and to be revised, and we're responding to that as a council on a case-by-case basis if they get released. And I commend members of the committee. I know there are other groups in the local community, the Prospect Residents Association and the History Group, keep a keen eye on things like Your Say and other places where you can, and the State Planning Commission website where you can find out what's happening. And it's very important that if I can promote tomorrow afternoon, when I'm going to 3 o'clock, Council's community consultation on its housing diversity study in the North Adelaide Football Club. And then the evening session, I think, is on the 6th of March from 6 p.m. In the same place. So this is where all of this stuff is from our point of view, from Prospect Council and working with our community. And we really need to drill down to what do we mean by character, what do we mean by heritage, what does it look like, and we're wanting to do, I think, looking at every single street in our city, because until we get those answers, until we can say, in a development planning context, answers to those, it's not good enough, as we found out with the previous planning minister, the previous government. You can't just say, oh, we like the look of that house, we like the look of that street. That's not good enough in a planning context. So that's what we as a council, working with our community, is drilling down on. So I would really like to see a lot of our community people there and helping us with that. And there'll be other things coming out of the design process that people can be involved with. Yes, it was a very it was a very, very interesting meeting, I think, from that point of view. Normally some of these are, but this this was really drilling down to it.
Thank you. Any further debate? Just briefly from the chair, it is an important committee, although the subject matter is sometimes quite dry. I'm pleased that members found that one a little less so. But we're really trying to, with this initiative, really trying to get ahead of the government's new design code which is coming in. The previous government had an emphasis on stripping back the 72 development plan zones in South Australia back to as few as possible. I think the minister, waved his hand and said maybe that's one, but I think since then they've said it might be up to 20, but certainly not 72. Now we've got to be right on top of saying why we deserve our area to be protected and strengthened rather than not protected and weakened, which is what some of us perceive it is from time to time. But Councillor Barnett's quite right. Unless we can button down exactly what we think character means in the city of Prospect, it's very hard to mount an argument with the technobots in the department who are forced with writing legislation. And they have a tough job. They've got to get the stuff in black and white that makes sense across the state. We've got a tough job in making sure that we understand what we have and we can write it down ourselves in black and white in order for it to be considered and potentially picked up in that new code as it comes out. Now, I'm a big believer in reforming the Development Act and regulations. Someone asked me today where our plan refers to deep root zones, which we now insist upon with our new apartment buildings. And I had to look through, I have to say, Director, it appears in about 6 different places throughout the development plan, but not once are the words deep root zones used in the actual zones for the apartments, because they're in the general zone rules. It's a very confusing document to work your way through. So I'm a big believer in saying go to the simpler system, but we don't want it so simple that it strips back what people here love, which is our character. But when someone says, what is that character? We're not very good at saying exactly what it is. We know what it is innately. Go down the street, we point at it, but in terms of writing it down to someone from Clifton or someone from Campbelltown or someone from Unley would understand what we mean, that is our job. And that is the committee that does it, the SPDPC committee. So if you're interested, please come along to that committee, but keep an eye out for its work over time and the great work that the staff are doing in that area. Thank you. Is there any further debate? And back to you, Councillor at the back, if you to sum up. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Yes, it's carried unanimously. Thank you. This item is reports for discussion. The first of those, I gather a fair few in the gallery are here for. Item 13.1, Edwin Avenue, Rutherglen Avenue, Galway Avenue, North Street, North East Road Traffic Management. The recommendation is on pages 15 and 16. Do I have a mover in its current form? With respect to it?
Yeah, look, I will say a few things in it. Oh, just a quick question for you, Your Worship. I can ask questions of the directors while I'm speaking in the 5 minutes.
Yes, it is. As long as you don't call me Your Worship. You
don't, yeah. That was a title we had to use at the previous council, don't go there. No, look, I just particularly want to know point 2, where it says that council undertakes community consultation within the entire Collinswood precinct, seeking feedback on the proposal for a trial period of 12 months. I'd like to know how long are we expecting that consultation to take and for that to come back to council?
Director.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We wouldn't undertake the consultation until later March. The official consultation period is a 21-day period, but by the time we prepare the survey, get the survey up, the 21-day period, and you evaluate. It's a fairly big consultation area, so it takes a fair bit of time to evaluate that consultation, the responses from that survey. I envisage it to be a May/council, May/June council report.
Thank you. Council?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if that could just be clear, because I did have residents ring me wanting to know that, which is fair enough, because I have been waiting for this report to come back for a while. Part of the reason why I did explain to some residents that did ring me during the week why this process has taken a while. It started under the previous council, we're obviously continuing it. Part of the reason why it does take longer is that we are wanting to do things to both council roads and state roads, and that means we've got to work with DIPTI, and working with DIPTI will take slightly longer. So it's not just as simple as updating some of our policies and us going for it. We need to work with the state government because we can impact state roads as well. That's why. So just thought for the benefit of those in the gallery wondering why it has taken a while for DIPTI to come back in for this report, that's the reason why. Look, I'm happy to move this. During the council election period, I was out door knocking, and the biggest issue I faced through the Collinswood and part of the Broadview area was traffic management. People were particularly concerned and raising their concerns with traffic in the morning that cuts through from Main North Road, uses a variety of side streets, cuts through to get to Galway Avenue, to get to Edwin Avenue, to get to Rutherglen, straight onto North East Road. And those that have lived in the area, pretty much all that I spoke to that raised that problem saw that as an issue. Likewise, particularly what I've noticed in the afternoons is coming back, people hold up traffic on North East Road, turning right at Edwin, turning right at Rutherglen, and that's where all that crushed data is showing that those right-hand turns onto Edwin and Rutherglen from North East are where the accident's been caused, along with people making that right-hand turn or making that right-hand turn to do a U-turn. I've witnessed two of them myself. The interesting thing I'd like to make aware to this meeting is both of those incidents that I've witnessed that happened a while ago, I don't believe they're actually reported incidents. So a lot more, many more accidents happen that aren't actually reported to SAPOL because they're deemed to be minor infringements. The party sort it out, say, yep, no worries, and move on. This, in my opinion, the actual crash data in terms of the accidents and seriousness, there are a lot more accidents that happen that aren't reported that I would like to take note of as well. I did get a lot of feedback from residents that they, particularly at the public forum, which I attended as a candidate at the time, not an elected member, but as a candidate, which was well run by Pam and council staff. I found that to be a really informative session back June, July last year, and the overall census, the overall feel that I got from feedback in the community and feedback at that forum was definitely people would like to see those roads, the long term, or particularly Edwin and Rutherglen, closed off. What we do have to consider with this, and this is why we need to consult widely with the Collinswood precinct, is how this will impact other roads in the area. I have had the Prospect Residents Association raise with me their concerns, and they do understand the impacts of these roads and what's occurring, but they also want to know what are the impacts going to be on, say, Cassie and Harvey as well. And I think they're fair questions that need to be considered as part of this. Knowing that the consultation will be the 21-day period, and we're likely to be making a decision on this in around about that May-June meeting. Thank you for clarifying that. I do think that point 3, the wording needs to just reflect that if we make the decision and that we go ahead with the 12-month trial, because point 3 reads like it's actually going ahead. So I think maybe someone else, because I have moved it, but someone else might like to tidy up the wording of point 3, that this will only happen if council, after the consultation, actually goes ahead. Look, I'll leave it there. I'm sure plenty of people would like to raise other comments on this as well.
Thank you. I have a second.
I want to move amendments.
Yeah, I'll second it just to get it on the floor. And look, again, I commend the movement with possibly an amendment because look, let's stop holding this up. And I think we have to be really clear with those in the gallery. This is actually about the consultation process. So there are 2 items up there as a suggestion. We're looking to hear back from the community, and it's precinct-wide. And we can guarantee you this, there will be more traffic. The way the planning and design code is now being written, it's encouraging more infill, which means it's encouraging more traffic. So there is a guarantee there will be more traffic, and traffic flows like water, where it doesn't go through one way, it'll go through somewhere else. So we have to do our due diligence and look at the total precinct, and that's why we're pushing this out as a precinct-wide consultation. So I commend the motion, but I would accept amendments from the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, and then Councillor.
Yeah, I've got amendment that is written up there in the yellow. So if I read them to you and then ask, does the mover and seconder accept them or move them separate?
Might be good, Councillor, if you to just work through them and a brief why on the way through, so the mover and seconder can consider your thinking before I ask them whether they're happy to cooperate.
Okay. the point 2, where the entire Collingwood precinct, this is the first before the trial, I'd like the words suburb as opposed to precinct. I don't know if you want me to explain why.
Probably should as you go through, so.
Okay. The Collingwood precinct, which a lot of people might not realise unless they look right down in the minutes, goes actually from Scotty's Corner all down Main North Road up to California Street up between California and Burwood, up north into Julia Court, follow that up to the roads that we're talking about. Main North East Road, Nottage Terrace. So it's a vast big area for the initial, not stage 2, which is question 4. But for the first one, I would like to propose that we just say the suburb of Collingwood and to trial the following, seeking feedback to trial the following changes to traffic conditions. That's that point 2.1. In the rest of point 2, the no right turn at intersections, I think it's more clearer than the minutes that we've had, both of the public meeting and discussions that we've had of it, is the words in red followed option 4, which is retain left turn, left in only into Edwin and Rutherglen from North East Road. So if you look at the whole process that went through of the public meeting, the petition and that sort of stuff, the people, I met 35 people that was at the meeting, not counting us, that their thing was the option 4. The black words that we've got up there, the no right turn, is pretty well the option 4, but I'd like to be written as option 4 as per the notes. Question 3 is that a public forum be held. Oh, I was going to say that's like what I've got. That is what I've got, isn't it? See, that a public forum be held to explain the proposal, followed by mail out to all the households seeking response, i.e. the 35 people that come, that should have had another meeting in October, November, whenever, and so that they have that chance, and anyone else that's interested. I don't plan on coming. So I don't see it as changing the initial thing, excepting for the precinct as opposed to the suburb opposed to the precinct. And I'm hoping, before I speak on it, if I do, that the mover and second will speak. If not, don't know if I'll speak against the other one, but I have to have a whole rethink.
Thank you. I'll take it as you haven't spoken to that, but you haven't concluded your 5 minutes. But I will now seek leave from the mover and second to incorporate those changes. I hope that explanation's been enough, because now it's just a simple yes or no.
Yes.
Yes. Second, yes. Now seek leave of the meeting to incorporate all those changes. All those in favour? They're thus incorporated. Thank you. Councillor Harris, you've probably got another 2 minutes if you need it.
Unless I've maybe asked the meeting to give me a bit longer. I just thought I'd tell you that now. Look, it's not a brand new thing, and lucky enough or unlucky enough to be here 20 odd years, you see a lot of changes. We see in the area that we're talking about, which is a problem area, we go down to the Hampstead Hotel, we see a little side street that went through there. The council blocked it off. There was many people that said they could never live without it, they'll die in the streets. You don't even hear it mentioned nowadays. People move around in the traffic. Very concerned, a letter that email I got with regards to Cassie and Harvey. I in no way think they're not a problem, and I do see this is creating some problem there. But during this stage 2, when we can talk about other areas, I've actually got ideas for that area with the food land and that sort of stuff.
I'm on minute if you need.
Yep, I do. But my concern is, and with the notes, and thank you to all the staff that did it, they talked about the accidents in 14, 15 and 16, and as the previous speaker said, not everyone is recorded. Currently, since Christmas, there's been 5 accidents on those corners. That's more than that we've got in some of these pages. Real accidents, we can show the TV feeds. I don't think we have to, but the real accidents, but particularly that turning in, and more the third lane that comes up, and people actually more trying to do U-turns and things like that.
Yeah.
But if they're not having it there, they're shooting down the street and turning around. I've got 2 photos that I've got to send in that new scheme about the lids coming up again because of the trucks coming out of the county as ground up. Because I won't get a speech at the end, I'd like to ask the meeting for a couple more minutes, please.
Sick leave to give Councillor Harris 2 more minutes to speak. All those in favour? Peter's granted 2 more minutes, Councillor.
Okay, look, what I want to say is it's very important. This isn't a problem that has just come out of the woodwork. 20 years ago, we had the same problem there. The only things we've done in that period of time is put down some lights and some lines and some little rumble things, and they're good. But our traffic situation is changing. North Street, Burwood Avenue, they're the ones that come through. There is going to be people that is upset. But when you start seeing accidents, half these people or a third of these people behind me have got children and things like that, or elderly people. One of the accidents that's not reported is my own daughter running over the lady in the Gopher. And that was on the corner of Edward Street. It didn't get reported and it turned out all right. But to me, this is a step. This is a step that we can cure that 2 roads, even though it might cause a few problems on the others. But I do see what we're doing here will actually move towards that whole area that we can fix up. So I urge people to vote for the motion as it is now.
Councillor, you go to the debate. Councillor Grudok, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Harris, for that little trick as well. I didn't know that one, so I'm using that all the time. Look, this is a tricky one because all the symptoms that have been described tonight we can replicate across another 30 or 40 streets across the city. So you think it's been coming from from Northeast Road, they come down Harding Street, they go down Milner Street, they go down Daphne Street. It happens everywhere. And I guess this goes back to a motion I put forward to council last year around how do we have a city-wide traffic strategy. So what we're doing here is solving a problem in 2 streets and we're creating problems in other streets. And I don't think it's good enough for us to do that. I think we need to have a city-wide plan that doesn't just fix small problems, but fixes large problems across the whole network. So I'm concerned. I will support the motion, and I'm going to put up another amendment. I'm sorry, but I really want to, I guess, foreshadow that I'll be putting a motion to the next council meeting to try and pull this issue and a whole lot of other issues that we've dealt with now in the last 4 or 5 months together, because I've not seen that happen. And I really support it. We talked about rethinking about different ways of dealing with traffic, which doesn't necessarily just push the problem from one street to another. So that's, I'll just foreshadow that for the March meeting. But my amendment will be under point 2, new dot point 4, which reads, a review be undertaken.
Sorry, just the position of that. So,
Sorry, dot point 4 under item 2.
Oh, 4th bullet point. Sorry, yeah, thank you.
A review be undertaken after 6 months of operation to determine the effectiveness of the strategy. So if this goes ahead, I think 12 months is a long time to wait to just understand the impacts. So I would like to understand the impacts of whatever we do much sooner than 12 months, particularly on the streets outside of the streets we're talking about today. So if you look at the network and go beyond that, what's the impact on the others? I just also want to go back to a point, and I'm not sure whether it's a as an amendment or not, but the change of the word precinct to suburb, I actually prefer precinct, because again, what we're doing by looking at Collingwood as a suburb is narrowing it down. And I think we actually need to look at that. I think we do need to look at the precinct, and we need to look at that early on. I'm hesitant to put that in with this amendment because I don't want this one to fail on the basis of that one. But I will just make my voice heard on that. I think we should be looking more broadly rather than narrow in anything we do. Get the whole lot.
Okay, so I'll leave it
an amendment for now.
Thank you. Do you wish me to ask the mover and second if they're happy to incorporate? I will. Move, you happy to incorporate?
That's just the dot point, not the...
Dot point? Yes. Yes. Seconder?
Dot point.
Yes. Seek leave of the meeting to incorporate. 4th dot point is noted. All those in favour? Against? It's thus incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you. So look, just to finish off by saying I will support the motion. I am not supportive of dealing with traffic issues street by street or small suburb by small suburb. I think all we're going to do is create more problems, and we'll have a new deputation come here in a new month talking about a new problem that we've created as a result of these changes. And I'm not satisfied with that sort of way of managing these issues. I will support it if it is a report, but I will be bringing something forward to the next council meeting to try and pull all of these issues together and hopefully look at them as a whole, not as individual parts.
Any further debate?
Probably.
First, then come to you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I'm supportive, and again, it's not with this particular motion, but it sort of leads. I don't know whether.
A little louder, so you said.
I don't know whether we've for everybody. So you've got to have the knack of going like this and staring at the ceiling, so you hope your voice gets to everybody. Anyway, I think it's timely, and I don't know whether the CEO and the Mayor have been thinking along this line, but I think we need to speak with the Transport Minister, because we've had a change of government, and I just think it's timely that it just seems that Main North Road is sacrosanct, traffic to flow through, no thought for us as suburbs. We have got, similar to other inner city suburbs, but I'm for Prospect, right, City of Prospect. We've got Churchill Road, we've got Prospect Road, we've got Main North Road, we've got Hampstead Road, we've got Regency Road, we've got Fitzroy Terrace, two of the Main North Road and Fitzroy Terrace, the highest counts of traffic in the state. So I think it's timely that we need to get on and fix this with the residents in good faith, this one. But I think it's timely, and I hope my message is taken up by the Mayor and the CEO. It's timely that we take this up with the Transport Minister and have a look at this, because I think we're all getting sick of being treated like we don't care. We're just a suburb on the way to X or Y.
Further debate? Councillor Pearce, sorry.
I think I'd support it as it's just a report, and agree with Councillor Brooks putting forward. I just think that it's just a bit of a band-aid solution. As one from experience looking for shortcuts all the time, if those two streets are cut off, then you just go to the next two streets and so on. So it's just pushing the problem further down the track and not really solving the problem. So I'll be interested to see what Councillor Brooks will bring to the table at the next meeting.
Just briefly from the Chair, this is a difficult issue, and the people who live in the street know this better than any of us. None of us live in those streets. I don't think any of us have. And I'm drawn to Councillor Groot's comments that really are just sort of solving one problem when we should be looking at the lot. There's absolute truth in what Councillor Groot has said. However, I was around when we did the whole network analysis from Regency almost back down to Nottage, and from North East Road across to Main North Road, and the engineers and the elected members decided to ask the community about some really dramatic changes to try and stop this east-west cross-flow of traffic, which ends up in streets like Edmund and Rutherglen, because that's the only way to get out. If you're in that southern area of that precinct, or run the risk of trying to get out across the mountain range in Harvey, or trying to turn the corner at Galway. It is a complex part of our city. Now, the community then told us they didn't want dramatic interventions. So we didn't do the dramatic ones. We did all sorts of other things, like that celebrated tabletop mountain at the intersection of Balfour and Howard Street. But we didn't do anything in North Street. And North was mooted to have a closure, I think, halfway along. I can't remember. It was something pretty dramatic. There's a lot of east-west movement along Burwood, North, and then into Edwin or Rutherglen to get onto North East Road. The effect of this trial will be to stop that east-west movement exiting on Edwin and Rutherglen. Now, that will solve the problem to a large extent for the residents of those two streets, and I think fantastic. I mean, I'm on record saying close every street or every second street somewhere to keep making people go to main roads like new housing estates are designed. But our city wasn't designed like that. It has predominant east-west streets, so it's very, very difficult for us to impose a restriction on one street and it not to pop up on another street. Here we have a situation where Brook Street was closed some years ago, which was another exit that enabled you to get out onto Hampstead Road north of the northeast traffic lights, nice little scoot through, closed. So then Edwin Rutherglen come up, or if you go down a Galway, you're kind of going back on yourselves, and the traffic management there doesn't really facilitate left-hand turns nor right-hand turns. So I think Councillor Barnett is quite right. We need to get very serious about our discussions with Dipty here. There are no protected right-hand turn lanes on North East Road. We've got a skinny little bit of concrete, you're holding up a lane of traffic. People get anxious, they probably move off too quickly. There's nowhere to hide. As soon as they move out, they're into the head-on traffic, and they want to do a U-turn somewhere, because where else do you do a U-turn? It really is the arterial road problems that really exhibiting themselves on our street network. So we have two issues. One is east-west migration, which I think we need to look at, and we own that problem as much as anybody. The second is this interaction with North East Road that is impacting quite unfairly on this small precinct of Edwin and Rutherglen, and I think we owe them at least a trial. So I'm very much in favour of the consultation. I'm very much in favour of option 4. Thank you, Councillor Harris, for picking that up, because it looked like it was option 2, which I picked up in a report that people were wildly in favour of option 4 and kind of only sort of interested in option 2. So I think this is better, but this is quite dramatic. As long as everybody understands that this will push traffic north and south, and that will create other problems, and we have to be wise up to it. And I commend Councillor Group for thinking we should look at it after 6 months, because if it's a disaster, we should be good enough to say, hang on, we've got to stop that for a minute while we rethink broader issues. I don't know what will happen, but in conclusion, I don't think we can keep waiting for utopia to arrive, because I don't think it ever will. It's very, very complex, and we need to get on with this, a bit like eating an elephant, one bite at a time. Thank you. I think it's an important bite. Any further debate? Thank you, Councillor Rick, if you see you need to sum up. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And for those of you here tonight regarding that issue, that's all we'll discuss tonight regarding Edwin and Rutherglen. Thank you so much for your attention. I look forward to a consultation phase coming to you soon. Thank you very much. Well, welcome to stay for the entire meeting if you like, but we understand.
Don't leave.
Head home. And thanks for being so respectful of the debate too. Thank you very much. Cheers. Okay, we'll move on now, members, to item 13.2, Australian Citizenship Ceremonies Code. Recommendations on page 51. Anybody wish to move it in its...
Sorry.
I did have a question.
current form?
Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to move it. I'm not going to move it.
Councillor Barnett, happy to move it?
Well, you know, I'm not exactly a happy chappy, Jan, over this, but I'll move it particularly for discussion, and also so I can say that the Australian federal government makes the Australian citizenship law that does not provide any assistance to councils to run the citizenship ceremonies, so it's left to council ratepayers to fund it. I'm not sure if somebody would like to take up adding an additional clause added that council supports funding to be provided if the Australian government insists on Australia Day citizenship ceremonies to be held on that public holiday. My personal view about this latest proposed change is that it's a cost-shifting exercise driven by a political party ideology. This is likely to cost our council an increase by an estimated 50%, equating to $3,500. My personal view is that the 26th of January is a New South Wales celebration. First Europeans arrived on that coast. In 1838, 50 years after the first fleet arrived, Foundation Day was declared Australia's first public holiday in guess where, New South Wales. By 1935, January the 26th was known as Australia Day in all states except New South Wales, where it was still called Anniversary Day. Celebrated annually on the 26th of January, it marks the anniversary of the 1788 arrival of the first fleet of British ships at Port Jackson, New South Wales. and the raising of the flag of Great Britain at Sydney Cove by Governor Arthur Phillip. My personal view is that Australia became an independent nation on the 1st of January 1901, when the British Parliament passed legislation allowing the 6 Australian colonies, later followed by the other 7, to govern in their own right as part of the Commonwealth of Australia. The Commonwealth of Australia was celebrated as a constitutional monarchy. So sorry for the history lesson, but I think it's important for us to understand some of the history, and I'm not going past a debate which may be brought up by others. This is just the European section of our history. So all the reasons, in my view, for there to be some flexibility in allowing councils to hold their citizenship ceremonies when they like. All right. So that's there.
Councillor, is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor?
I'd like to start off by thanking Councillor Barnett for his history. That was awesome. Congratulations on your research and your and the clarity which it gives some of the decision making. So this is a difficult one to make a decision on. This is a combination of personal positions here and also what we think is right through on behalf of people who want to participate in these ceremonies, because they obviously see it as a very important thing, or else they wouldn't bother doing it. And people who come along to the current ceremonies that we run are obviously proud of the decision they've made. I look forward to listening to the debate, but whatever way we end up going, I think it's important to consider that people who are at the core of this really are the people who are going through this process, and we need to think about, what's interest, I suppose.
Councillor Group, then Harris.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I presume for the CEO, maybe for the chair. The first question, excuse me, relates to Council supporting the changes to speeches and dress code. Does speeches component also include the fact that we wouldn't hold ceremonies during sitting weeks of federal parliament? That doesn't seem to come out in the recommendation, but is one of the recommendations in the actual report. So I just want to check whether that speeches component actually picks up on that issue.
Yeah.
From the chair, my reading of the code, the changes to speeches is further clarity around a federal member can nominate to be present, and they get the role of reading out the minister's statement. There are other changes to the speeches, then remind me, but that was the only significant change. So could that the case start, CEO? Director? Yeah, thank you.
So am I right in assuming we're not commenting on the issue about not having ceremonies during federal sitting days? Because that was in the code as well.
Director? Take it as a question. Yes. Any comment about holding them on city days or not?
Just a minute. Through the chair, there's 2 items that we highlighted and like comment. One is the dress code and one is holding the citizenship ceremony on either of the days that's the
Sorry, I just struggled hearing some of that. So that means we're not commenting on the to-do day issue. I'm not going to move an amendment. I wish we probably had commented on that, but so be it. And the second question I've got is recommendation 2B. That option isn't an option that was presented in the paper as I understand it. We're putting forward an option that is not being articulated in the code. So I just want to clarify that I've read that correctly.
Director, that is the case.
Through the chair, the options relating to page 54, that's one of the options of staff's report.
Yes, but it's not recommended by the Commissioner. Yes. Okay, good. And could I just ask you to take this in parts, please? 1 and then 2A, then 2B.
Yes, once again, I'll just ask the mover and seconder there, and I'll just change A into 2A and 2B. Really clear? Mover, are you happy to incorporate that change?
Yes, that's just a numerological change.
Just simple yes or no?
Yes.
Seconded, Deputy Mayor, happy to incorporate a change. As if you haven't taken part. Thank you. Secondly, the meeting to incorporate that change to 2A and 2B. Was in favour, against, carried. Thank you. So it can be taken in parts.
Thank you. The reason I ask for that is I won't be supporting 2A in terms of the changes to speeches and dress codes. I think the dress code issue is of concern to me in terms of us being asked, in terms of us asking citizens to wear a particular standard of attire. It does say that councils have the right to determine what that is, but I suspect sitting behind that, as I think is in the report, it talks about some guidelines that will be provided to us. So I'm not convinced yet that we actually have that control in terms of setting our own guidelines. So this one I won't support that, but I will support 2B. Yes, I will.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yes, a couple of things. I was a little bit disappointed that the choice, the third choice that was there, that we stay as we are, because I would have supported that. I want to make some comments, and I don't even know which bit I'm going to support. I don't think any. But when we're given the opportunity of September the 17th or 19th or 17th, and we're given the opportunity of Australia Day, our history is 65,000 years old, and this is the landing of the first fleet of white people. It's an important, I might sound a bit strange on that, but it's an important part of our history, and I see no problem with recognising the fact that people come, landed, not Cook in his mystery tours. These are people who come in here, and there was convicts and ordinary people, and it was the birth of the white part of our country, and I think that's important. But I see this as a political question because they know the chances of Parliament sitting on September the 17th are way up there in the high percentages, you know, if not 100%, because it might be on a Saturday or Sunday, and they don't work penalty rates. So the 90% or 95% chance it'll be on a federal government sitting day. So it forces it back to Australia Day. Now, at the last few years, Australia Day has come a problem with people in our community. And I'm one of them, and I don't hide that fact, but I don't force it on anyone else, right? But it's one of those sort of situations, and I do really take what the councillor said, that if any of these dates we should be looking at is January the 1st, 1901, when we had our first parliament, you know, it was controlled by England, but it was a parliament. So if we weren't going to put 3 in, I see it as the government, because they're having this problem themselves with identity of saying, you will be having this on Australia Day. The practical side, that's my political side, the practical side comes in. We've 20 years we've been doing, or 27 years or nearly, well, longer than that. And it used to have a big crowd. We live in a city that if you catch a tram or a bus or drive your car, you're 20 foot from in town where they have a celebration, or you go down to Salisbury to have a fantastic celebration. Our staff have to come early, night time, Friday night, or Sunday night, whatever it is, and then come early in the morning to put all this effort in to have a group of people. Now the people, and I think one of you here said it, it's a very important thing for the people that have made the decision to become an Australian, nearly finished, an Australian citizen, and it is a very important thing. And their friends or relations might come to that. But to deliberately, for a wrong reason, push us to say, you will get people to work on that day and do this. So unless there was the 0.3 that was as we choose to do, I forget the exact wording of it, but it's in here, that choice 3 was, I think it was either to stay as we are, to stay as we were. So, you know, I suppose I could actually move that as an amendment because I'm just about to sit down. But I can't see where the wording is. Someone would have to tell me what page.
I'll just checking to see whether that's contrary and therefore not able to be moved. I'm happy to accept it because we are providing feedback. So I'm happy for you to test it as an amendment that instead of 2B, as it's written, that you suggest that we retain the status quo.
Yes, and I'm willing to use the words that the government put in here.
Well, we do need some words though, councillor, so can you...
Okay, well, just simple then to say I move an amendment that is then to see that we continue as status quo with the direction.
So just before Jazz goes nuts trying to get the C and not the copyright thing, are you moving an alternative to 2B, I thought?
Oh, right, yes, of course I am. Of course I am, yes.
We're saying not that, but status quo.
I took my glasses off so I couldn't see up there. So a new 2B would be that the status quo stays,
Our status quo.
our status quo.
City of Constance.
Just current practice remains in place. So Director, can you just guide us on how we should respond?
We're just going to reiterate option C there, retain the status quo, where council schedules ceremonies as required and generally in proximity to days of significance.
That's exactly what Councillor Harris was just about to say.
Yes,
So we'll just allow the Minute Secretary to type it up, if that's okay, if you're happy with those words.
I've got the wriggles next to it.
Oh yeah, hang on, we'll just get it up so people can see it. Okay, so that is a new 2B and the old 2B would not exist anymore. Okay, so that's moved as an amendment, as I've done earlier in the evening. I'll test whether the mover and seconder are happy to incorporate that change. If not, just go through the amendment process.
Definitely.
Definitely. No pressure on the seconder. Deputy Mayor, happy to incorporate? Yes or a no?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, and I'll see the
Definitely yes.
definitely is in excess. I don't know what to do with that. Well, just yes or no is all I can accept. All those in favour of that change being incorporated, please indicate that. Against, starts incorporated, no amendment required, that becomes the motion. Councillor Harris, if you wish to speak anymore, you've probably got about a minute if you need it.
No?
Okay. Brief question, Councillor Rick. Yes.
So the motion now will just read 2B as on its own with nothing else.
It's amended, changed 2B from what it was to...
Okay, so the rest is still there. Okay.
The rest is still there, yeah, and I'll still take it in parts because that's, yeah, the rest is still there. Further debate? Just briefly from the chair, as you know, my role as National President, I've been asked to comment on this, and I've just finished penning a letter to Mr Coleman this afternoon about this matter, pointing out issues such as cost shifting, pointing out that they introduced significant cuts to us in 14-15 and haven't reinstated them, and so this is on top of cuts, which I think is a little bit embarrassing. But more importantly, the issue of citizenship ceremonies, I think, is incredibly important to the people becoming citizens. It's one of the most fabulous things you ever do as a mayor, and if any of you, I know Christine has been a mayor, it really is a wonderful experience to make people Australians. It's incredible. But I had the joy of doing that 4 times a year. And I don't know why all the fuss has been brought around these 2 ceremonies, except for political reasons. And I'm really saddened by that, because what I'm worried about is that what the government have not sought to do, but are inadvertently doing, is threatening a 2-tiered type of citizenship, where some people are made citizens on Australia Day and some people are made citizens on other days. We have 3 other ceremonies. I know councils that have one every month. Huge numbers going through. I think that's regrettable. Peculiarly, we are being asked to comment on a citizenship code, but it all hinges around Australia Day. We're not being asked to comment on an Australia Day code. We're not being asked to have an Australia Day event because we don't have one. We've tried that. We're burning money. People go in our city who want that, go to the beach or go to the city. They don't come to ours, or they didn't come to ours. And I just think it's a very confusing message, and I'd much rather that the federal government had asked us to have an event on Australia Day and comment on that, because that's about Australia Day. They're trying to link citizenship ceremonies to Australia Day. which I think confuses all the other days that we make with citizens. So I've written to that effect, and I support the change that's been made. I don't think it will come to a split vote, but if it did, that would be my position. In fact, it can't, because there's an odd number tonight. But I did want to state that I had made the point about cost shifting and the relevance issue prominent to Minister Coleman. And secretly, I'm hoping that the consultation period runs well past the federal election. This might not be something that's followed up following the election. But I guarantee you that somebody will be making a fuss in the lead up to next year's Australia Day about this sort of issue, which I think is really regrettable. I think it's a day that we should move forward on in terms of our dialogue with our history. Councillor Harris is quite right. All of our history. How do we celebrate that? Councillor Barnett is right to raise the issue of what day is the best day. And I think it's a great debate to have. But until somebody changes it, the day is Australia Day. But I'm not afraid of having the debate if someone wants to have it. Thank you. Any further debate on this item? If not, Councillor Barnett, would you sum up?
Yes, thank members for their comments. I think changing Australia Day has had more than some colloquial Australianism about more changes than something lunch or whatever it is. Anyway, yeah, I think with the I am going to ask the Mayor if he's prepared to, was it done before that we're going to do this?
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. I understand some of the dress code business, but then again, it's, you know, people want to turn up in singlets and a navy blue singlet, well, so be it. The important thing is that they're there, right, and that we're celebrating. And that's, I think, the whole point that's been missed in a lot of this. You know, around Australia, we're made up of, you know, how many 600 or whatever other different cultures and backgrounds and whatever. So I just think it's quite almost, I was going to say, shameful that this has been politicised and made into this and what we're now wanting to try and vote on. And yeah, I think that we can should be able to, you know, it's free speech. We should be able to put up 2B and say that that's what we think and that's what we want, and it's worked really, you know, quite well for our people and our people who are undergoing the citizenship ceremony. None of them, I don't believe, I haven't heard any feedback to say that they don't like what we do. And we have lots of families there, and some of them wear their national dress. Maybe we could, I don't know what we put out in the invitation, maybe we would encourage more of that. There were some times that we had more that were wearing their national dress, but anyway. Yeah, so I just commend council and reminding them that we have the options there to vote on.
Thank you. That concludes the vote. Sort of taken in parts as per previous. I'll take it in 4 parts just for consistency. All those in favour of part 1? Against? It is carried. All those in favour of part 2?
2A or...
Sorry, councillors, it's not constructed like it should be taken in parts, unfortunately. And I'm a bit loath to change it right now, so just bear with me, because if 2A gets up, then part 2 makes sense. If part 2B gets up, part 2 makes sense. If 2A and 2B get up, it makes sense. It's only if A and B don't get up that it won't make sense to pass part 2 on its own. So just bear with me, because it's not written another way. All those in favour of part 2? Yes. Carried unanimously. Councillor Pearson, it was a finger, was it, that went up with the carry? In favour? And good, thank you. All those in favour of 2A? All those against? That is lost unanimously. Just check. Memories. Part 2B, all those in favour of 2B? And against, that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. That's pretty clear. Thank you very much. Appreciate the feedback, and that response will go off. Item 13.3, update on Stan Watson Reserve upgrade. Somebody wish to move it in its current form. Page 105.
Oh,
Yes, just looking to the ward councillor to be inspired to move it, but he's busy. So, Deputy Mayor, can you move it?
that isn't.
Mayor's got it.
Had to move this motion to get on the table and look for discussion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Pearce, would you like to speak to it?
Not at the moment.
Thank you. Any further debate?
I have a question from Councillor Wynne. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, she sent me this question.
You seem to have spoken to it, so I can take a question.
This question. If you redistribute the current funds that have been budgeted for the flood-impacted property stormwater assessment and flood mitigation Northwood, does this mean that these two projects get delayed, and how are the funds being replaced? That's a question.
Thank you. I was going to ask that question, but I'm happy Councillor Wynne did for you, Councillor Pearce. We have an answer, Greg.
Through the chair. There are 3 distinct projects associated with stormwater management in this area. Council's undertaken works on all 3 of those projects, so we believe we've done enough work to prevent further stormwater flooding in the future. So this is surplus funds associated with that. Back in August last year, Council received a report on the status of those projects. I'm happy to provide in a separate document after this meeting a copy of those engineering reports. We've done a number of things like what the September and December 2016 flooding events were mainly a result of the pump not working. We put in a Falstaff nav, we put a generator in, that the pump, if power is cut to the pump, we've got a generator that kicks in. We've done some minor works around the area. We've increased the side entry pits down the bottom end of Charles Street. As part of the parks upgrade, stormwater which is collected at the rear of the properties back to Charles Street. So we've, in other words, to answer the question succinctly, the projects have been completed in their entirety, and these are surplus funds we're using to essentially upgrade the park.
Any other further question, Councillor Pearce?
No.
I did from the chair on this exact topic. I understood from reading the report that we saw in August was that was a generic flooding report across all areas of flooding throughout the city. There were spots all over the place. And thank you for that, and the generator went in as a result of that. There was another budget that Council agreed to spend related to flooding in the northwest precinct. In particular, the bottom of Alexander Street, and all those streets that are incredibly flat at the bottom, and William Street, which has had some significant issues, particularly at the northern end. We get lots of complaints during heavy rainfall events, and I haven't seen that report or any changes to William Street or those other streets. I know Alexander Street still is a problem in heavy rainfall. So what about, you said there were 3 items, you've spoken about one, but what about the northwest precinct flood mitigation report?
Through the chair, I don't have particular details of the outcomes of that report, but I'm happy to review it and provide a copy to all of the members with the report with our review of that report. So happy to provide that.
Are you aware that we've done that report, correct? Thank you. I had some questions. Councillor Harris, question.
Just solely question. I wish I had asked the question before you answered that one, because then there's another thing. Am I reading it right that it's possibly in here on page 106 that there's possibly 200,000 left? If I'm reading that right, before you did ask your question or answer your question, because we bought that property there, I think we borrowed for it. We didn't get. We actually went into a loan to pay. But is it possible to use some of that money to help pay off some of that loan? Because to me, buying that block of land down there is
A question.
that's the question.
We debate the purchase on it. Just put the question. Who's best placed to answer that, Sia?
Through the chair, council has a budget back in 17-18 of 800,000, and we used part of the 800,000 was to purchase property and pay off the costs associated to the project. So we had a remaining at that time of about 93,000 left. So the balance of the budget is 93,000. So the question is, can we use that 93,000 to reduce the loan borrowing? Potentially we could, but we have committed our loan on a 15-year on a 15-year fixed term loan. So any advance on borrowing that will attract compensation.
So there's penalties for paying it off earlier. So I'm not sure that council did
We're
that.
locked in the loan. So if we were to pay off our loan earlier from a fixed term loan, there will be penalty associated.
That answers my question, I suppose.
Any follow-up question at all? Councillor, follow-up question at all? You're right.
No.
So, Councillor the back, if you have a question as well.
Yeah, I had a question through the chair to the director, just in regards to the use of words like prevent and fail-safe in regards to flooding events. Now, I'm a climate change believer, and I know we're having more extreme weather events, and I'm just cautious. One of the language we use, and in our reports, are we actually looking at 100-year events as they used to be, or are we looking at future events as how we anticipate the weather to be?
Through the chair, I'm happy to take that question on notice and provide that response as part of the reports we provide back. Thanks.
Further debate? Okay. Question from the chair to the same director. Sorry, Director, I know you're taking a note there, or perhaps Director of Corporate Services. I'm trying to understand from this report that there's a request to combine 3 budgets into one, and I understand that request. My question exhibited some nervousness about the flood mitigation stuff. I remain to be convinced, I guess. Hoping we'll do that after the meeting somehow. But the report also says that work is commenced. Can I just ask, has a contract been signed to undertake the work at the park?
Through the chair, in terms of work commence, we've undertaken fence replacement around the reserve. No work has commenced on site, but we have signed a contract today for tender.
Thank you. Does that contract value exceed the budget line for this park upgrade that council's approved?
Through the chair, no, it does not.
Does not. So can I ask, what is the purpose of combining the flood mitigation budgets into the park upgrade budget if it's not required to fund the park upgrade? I'm really confused now. Please help me. Just to clarify, we've set a budget for the park upgrade, and you've let a contract. So I just asked whether that contract value exceeds that park upgrade budget. But you're asking us to approve extra money coming in. Why do you need that?
Through the chair, sorry. My interpretation of your park upgrade budget is the combining of those 3 projects.
I just point out we haven't made that decision. That's the purpose of this report. Thank you for your answers. Can I just say from the chair, I'm pretty embarrassed about that. We're pretty serious about setting our budgets at budget time, and we promised the community to do things with those budgets, and I know you're all pretty diligent as staff about how you go about spending those budgets, but to have something come to us that asks for more money after you've made a commitment is not the preferred way to go, in my view. So I just, a comment from me, I guess, to the CEO. It means that we're kind of bound in either approving this or the second budget review coming up later in the meeting will be in error, because that assumes that we've approved this. And I'm really very uncomfortable, elected members, in us being bound to contracts before the budgets are approved and having second budget reviews put to us, assuming that we've made decisions that we haven't yet made. So I'm just leaving it out there. I'm not exactly sure. I want to ask the CEO, do we have options here, CEO, or are we really in a bind and we've just got to get on with this and acknowledge that it's not perfect? So, answer my question, I guess, and hopefully give us some guidance.
Thank you, Mayor, for the question, and I concur with some of your comments. If I may, I would like the Director of Infrastructure Environment to respond to that and to us exactly where we sit with that contract and how we deal with that matter.
Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, we have signed the contract. We've signed our preferred contractor. If, for example, council does not endorse it tonight, we have the opportunity to cancel that contract. We're not bound to engage to proceed with this. The contract is signed with understanding that's going to get budget approval.
So can you confirm to us that the contract has a firm, black and white, subject to clause in it? Subject to council approval?
Good chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. Gives me some relief. CEO, is that understanding as well?
Thank you, Mayor, and yes, that's the status of the contract signed, that the Director has assured me that the contractor understands that if council decides not to fund this project in this way, and we would need to seek funds in an alternative way and then delay the project.
Thank you. And then just in closing my contribution, I would have been really happy if that had been made really transparent in the report. And unfortunately, it's not. I've had to try and deduce that. And it's regrettable. I'm wild favour of the park upgrade. Absolutely support it. The park down there has been a dud for years. Big supporter of buying the house next door. It's the first time we've increased the size of the park, I think, in 30 years since Ernst Park was, the land was purchased. Yep, it was the last one we expanded. So I don't want anyone to think that I have any regrets about the intent, but the process to me has not been crisp and clean, and it's public money. So that's regrettable, but I really support the park upgrade. I'm very concerned about the flood mitigation works, understanding that northwest quadrant. So I'm happy to listen to the rest of the debate. Is there any further debate? Questions asked, but not many people have contributed to the debate. Councillor,
I asked a question, but I haven't debated.
that's correct. You only asked it.
Yeah, so look, I don't know if we can take this in parts, so I'd be happy to receive and note the report. I don't know if I can do this.
Happy to take it in parts. I'm just checking that they can survive without each other. Yes, happy to take it in parts.
But I totally agree with some of the other comments in that this should really come in the budget variations, and I look, we, hand on heart, we set a budget and we really, expect to stick by it, and there has to be some really clear justifications why budgets have to be varied, and I'm not convinced with the report and the flood mitigation details. I feel uncomfortable voting on something where I haven't seen all the information, so I think it might be something that we have to reconsider later in the meeting, and maybe awaiting further information. I'm certainly not comfortable at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett.
I just have a question through a presiding officer to one of the staff. If we just have part one, then then I'm thinking maybe, does that then part 2 would then, the staff, I'm assuming, would then come and put it into a second budget review. So my question is that a way that it can be dealt with? No?
See ya.
Yes, that's correct. We deal with this actually is included in the second budget review, so the order of these reports are such that, in actual fact, if you choose not to support part 2, it is actually included in the second budget review.
Thank you. Director, do you have anything further to add to that question?
Through the chair, we will need to amend the amount in the second budget review and one of the recommendations. Should this require something?
So I think, so I want to put words in your mouth, Councillor, but I think the question is if part 2 is not endorsed here, but we have a budget review process which is late in the meeting, if this change is endorsed in that report, does that clean up part 2 of this report? In other words, why don't you do it in 2 places? Is that the
Yes, that was my intent, to say that part 1 does not absolutely depend on part 2. Therefore, we could then, when we do the budget review, periodic review at agenda item 13.3, then it can be discussed then.
Thank you. Director, can you just give us clarity on that?
So as a matter of principle, budget review should not be introducing new material. Budget review should not be introducing a new project. So it is actually at our request that we have a report to council on the 26th in August, back in August, 28th of August, about this project. So council has endorsed a series of mitigation projects. There's about 4 resolutions. But it wasn't clear to us that about the transfer of the funds, even though we had spelled out in the funding any sort of financial resource implication. It was spelled out in the report, but it wasn't clear for us to act on to review the budget in the resolution. That is the reason why we have this.
Right.
We need to have council's formal endorsement to adjust the budget.
Thank you. Follow-up question?
Yeah, well, I haven't spoken yet, so...
Oh, do you want to speak? Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, I'm satisfied with the explanation given by staff that even though the process hasn't been clear to staff, so now they want clarification. So if we pass parts 1 and 2, then there is clarification in the whole process.
Thank you.
With that.
That's correct. Well, I should comment. Any further debate? Councillor Richard.
Start with. I was confused with some of the answers to your couple of questions that were given. I just want to know from the administration why the contract was signed before this was actually considered, because the council's coming to us asking for us to extra money or reallocate money for this. My concern is, why wasn't this addressed before any contract was signed?
Well, the question. Director.
Through the chair. I'm happy to do an investigation into why that occurred. I'm happy to provide that through to council. I don't have an explanation at this stage.
Thank you. A follow-up question at all? No, you're not just asking. Okay. Any further debate? Councillor Group.
Just one question. Have any of our procurement or our financial delegations policies been breached as part of this process?
Director? I'm not sure who to direct that to. Whoever's carried out the process or who oversees the process. I'm not sure.
Thank you. So I think if I understand your question right, has the procurement policy or has the delegations in relation to procurement not been met appropriately? And so it's a matter of checking the level of delegations. I note that I don't see in the report the total cost of the Stan Watson upgrade in order to then clarify my delegation underneath what you've given me in terms of being able to sign off on that. So I'd have to direct that question to the director in terms of the total cost of the project.
Through the chair, I'm happy to take an advisement for that as part of the assessment, but there's no breaches of the policy in terms of engaging this project. I'm happy to confirm that.
Can I just say it makes it very hard to make a decision on this without basic information that council asked and from somebody else's question I asked. I might be in the toilet when we vote on this matter.
It's going to be hard because we're only going to get one.
So I'm going to ask a question from the chair, because I'm just want this to be crystal clear. I don't want us to be any doubt about what we decide, yes or no. Right? We can't have a maybe. We need to go yes or no. CEO, somebody, director, what is the cost of this park upgrade, and how does that compare to the budget we've allocated? Because that's not in the report. If you need some more staff to assist, please, yes, come forward.
That's a budget. That's a budget.
Yeah.
Budget now, okay. The budget was 86,440.
Hang on an answer.
Yeah, so imagine you sign a tender greater than that. Sounds like it's not very transparent. Like, yeah, this is me, like I said. Yeah, from the flow mitigation to make it work.
Yeah, just pass on.
So, Director, do you have an answer for us?
Through the chair, I'm sorry I don't have to answer that question.
Yeah.
Are elected members to just have good order, thanks. The question was from the chair, what is the cost of the project and how does that compare to the budget that the council approved? Because that's not in the report.
Through the chair, I'm sorry I don't have those figures handy at the moment.
It's very regrettable.
It is what it is. Just move to one.
Sorry, okay. Yes, further debate, Councillor Ripp.
Look, on the questions and answers we've had so far, I will be happy to, as a result, support one, but I cannot support part two with the lack of information and the look, I wouldn't, lack of transparency. It's difficult, obviously, being fired with a lot of questions tonight, and I respect that you are under a bit of pressure there as well, Director, but I cannot at all with the lack of, I guess, detail the questions we're asking support part two. I can't support it.
Any further debate? Mayor, yours to sum up if you wish.
Well, after a bit of a slow start and the motion didn't seem to have attracted a lot of interest like that, I can move to get the floor. It's highlighted a number of issues that would assume are generally one-off issues and aren't the way that we do things in council. I have confidence in the staff and the CEO that that's not the case. I feel that I wouldn't be supporting part two of this motion simply because there are, whilst it might end up being what we do, there's too much of a lack of clarity in the information provided for me to make a decision. You know, I've been told on one hand that the quote for the upgrade to Stan Watson Park is under budget, but it's only under budget if it's like 200 from somewhere else where we seem to have made some savings. And so if that had been laid out to us in a logical way, I think it would have been a story of argument, but it hasn't been, so I wouldn't want to be seen to be endorsing that sort of decision making. So I won't be moving part 2, but I'm happy to support part 1.
Okay, that concludes debate. As requested, and I've said I would, I'll take it in parts. But all those in favour of part 1? Against is carried unanimously, and all those in favour of part 2? Against? It is lost unanimously. Okay, thanks. A bit of work to do there, CEO and others. 13.4, council member conference opportunities.
Actually,
Those number of councillors.
do we have a quorum?
Yes. Thank you. If declared conflicts, wish to leave. Sorry, Councillor, I have a real problem with us saying that when we want to train and develop people that they have a conflict of interest. I think that's outrageous, to be frank. If that's the way people are interpreting the code of conduct.
But that's, I've talked to that, didn't I?
Yeah. Thank you. So someone happy to move the recommendation as it is on page 109. Councillor Rick, wish to speak to it?
Yes, I do. And I wish to talk on the exact topic you just raised there. Obviously, pleased that Councillor De Backer and Councillor Barnett would like to go to ARGA. On the previous council I served, I did have the opportunity of going, and it's a great conference to attend to look at local government from a national perspective, learn and understand about how local government is treated differently in different states in terms of responsibilities and what some states take on local government and what other states don't take on. So I actually found it quite a fascinating experience. And to also learn that there are some states, or a number of states, where local government elections are run like mini state elections, where it is major parties running the candidate. So it is like a state election, but at a mini level. I fully support South Australia staying independent in that aspect, running away from the major parties. But it was quite interesting attending ARGA and just seeing the politics at the national level and how different states operate in that regard. I would also like to state that I feel that it's incredibly disappointing that when, if it's passed, when Councillor De Backer and Councillor Barnett are representing our council on what I would deem to be a fisher business representing our council, how they deem to have a material conflict and gain a material benefit, I think is a complete disgrace. They are, in my opinion, representing this council on a fisher business that will be approved, hopefully soon, approved by council. I cannot understand for the life of me how that warrants a conflict of interest. We had that argument on the previous council I was serving on at the time and asked the minister, and the minister said, no, you will be deemed to be receiving a material benefit because you're being paid that sum of money to go and represent us at the council, and you're receiving a material benefit because the cost of flights and accommodation and attending the conference and daring to represent your council is somehow a material conflict of interest and a material benefit. I just think that's a complete joke in my opinion, but that's the way it is. Look, I hope that council does support these two going. It's a great experience, and I wish them all the best. They are allowed to go.
Thank you. Could I have a second? Councillor Green.
Look, just to support Councillor Rick's comments in two regards. One, I've also been for the last 2 hours. They've been incredibly useful opportunities, so I wish Councillor Barnett and Councillor De Backer all the best. I agree. I think it's ridiculous. I moaned audibly when I heard the conflicts of interest being read out earlier this evening. I just think it is quite ridiculous, and I would maybe shadows and maybe some conversation, maybe in a workshop, or maybe rather than a formal council report, seeking some further clarification on that, whether we can go back to the minister and make our point. I just think it's silly.
Speaking from the chair, I concur with both the move and the second. I just wanted to point out that Deputy Mayor Larwood has indicated he wishes to go, and somebody could amend this to include his name in that list tonight and deal with it. Otherwise, it's going to come back to us at our next meeting. Just wanted to make that point.
Next meeting.
You're the elected members. You can amend what you like. I can choose whether to accept it or not, in my view. Councillor Harris.
I'd like to move an amendment to include the deputy mayor in this gauntlet, in this exercise of education.
Part two.
Or wherever you want to put it.
Deputy Mayor Larwood in part two.
Yes.
A very sensible amendment. I understand the form's in. Councillor Larwood, the report says that. So the report says that you have asked to go. Am I incorrect?
Yes, I haven't submitted my form. That's why it's not included in, that's why it's in the March meeting.
Fill it in there. So we can go home and do.
I don't think it matters. That just to make your form later. Okay. Just to make your form later.
Doesn't matter if you're not submitting the form.
Just call them. Can't be trusted in form too.
Okay, so the manager of governance is advising me that our policy says you have to put the form in before we can move it. That's our policy, but it's not the legislation. We make the policy and we can choose to go against our policy when we want. That's how councils roll. And that it hasn't been advertised, but it's a very simple amendment in my view to add Councillor Larwood to this list and save us having a report at the next meeting, which I would have thought would be more efficient. But I'm happy to accept the amendment and the floor can decide what it wants to do with it. Do you want to speak any further to it, Councillor Harris?
On fear of spending the next 4 years in jail, I'm quite happy to leave it as is, and he can fill in the form at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
But any further debate? Councillor Larwood.
Probably one of what the two former speakers mentioned. I think this is one of the reasons why we've struggled to spend our training and development budget is because people are too bloody scared of being seen as being pigs in the trough, these sorts of things which are part and parcel of representing our constituents. So I think if we can bring something to a workshop which helps us navigate through that a little bit more clearly, that'd be a great outcome.
Further debate? Councillor Rich, seeing you need to sum up? No, that concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against it is carried unanimously. Someone retrieve our two minutes.
They're in the women's toilet, I think.
Sorry, Director will get them, Councillor.
Otherwise we haven't got a quorum.
That's all right. Then you can't move on without me, can you? I won't be sick excited.
Here we go. You're
Are we
lost.
going or we're not going?
No. Yeah, it's like
13.5, congratulations Councillor Barnett and Tobacco. Councillors approved for attending the council. And if you could pack in any sightseeing around the agenda, you go hardest, because I never have been able to. So I think you'll be working pretty hard on behalf of the council and soaking up some great stuff. 13.5, commercial use of community land, Barker Gardens, recommendations on page 139. Somebody wish to move it in its current form? Councillor Tobacco, wish to speak to it?
Yes, just briefly. Look, as you're aware, Barker Gardens is one of our premier gardens on Prospect Road. We are stretched for open space, and I think this proposal seeks to utilise the space in a way that you've actually got vista from an active space using gardens. So I don't know how many of you visited Barker Gardens recently, There is some beautiful artwork, some artwork of remembrance. We've got some planted roses. I think we had something came to council quite recently about some planting of roses and trees. And there was some talk of being a bit of a coordinated effort with the development that's going on and the use of the garden. So though I support the motion, I'm actually probably just a little bit disappointed in some of the detail of the report, in that it doesn't really get, well, I certainly couldn't see, apart from the deck and the moving of the transformer, some details around the landscaping and some of that integration between what we're doing on our side and what they're doing on their side. So though I commend the motion, I'd be looking forward to seeing some of the discussion around the table, and also potentially a little bit more detail on landscaping that's happening in that integration.
You do have a seconder. You may to speak to it.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
It's not clear to me, maybe it is clearly written in the report. Are we talking about selling a small piece of land, or are we talking about giving away a small piece of land?
Or being paid for.
Director?
Thanks for the question. Through the chair, are we looking at a lease or license or something similar? So retaining council ownership, but operating on a lease or license with deck over it.
Thank you. Follow-up question.
Is this the first time we've done this, or is there a precedent for policy around how we address these situations? On the face of it, no, I believe that as a question.
Director?
Through the chair, the only similar comparison that I could draw would be path dining that we've done. There's no such example that I'm aware of commercialisation of public parks. I think why this is here, the policy position around it is unclear.
Sorry, Director. Direct relation to the question, the Footy Club bar, which is an obvious extreme. It's on our land.
Yeah, certainly. I wasn't thinking internally to buildings which are already under a lease, but you're right, that's commercial.
Yeah, so it'd be similar to that, just be an outdoor thing and not a sporting club. We don't need no community.
Talking about the grog spot area.
Deputy Mayor?
So that was my thinking. That was the reason for asking the question. I think if we look at how we currently use our open spaces, there are many examples of where we lease a portion of that land to an organisation of some description, and essentially it's available only for these short periods of time. So I think there is precedence, and I think overall it's relatively insignificant, and it does demonstrate that we're looking to leverage a broader benefit through these sorts of processes. So I'm broadly in support of the motion.
Thank you. Do you have any further speakers? Councillor Green?
Thank you. Look, I'm a little bit torn on this one. Can I just ask a similar but different question? So if we're leasing, Chair, if we're leasing this proportion of land, that can be at commercial rates?
Through the chair, that would be something that would need to be worked through, depending on whether the lease and licence policy covers this and whether that's adopted by the stage we get to the end of consideration of the community land management plan.
Councillor?
So that's a maybe. Okay. So if I look through to our park strategy, Parker Gardens is included as a local urban park. So this is the policy that we agreed to not long ago. And there are two sentences in here that I'm concerned about. These local parks have an emphasis as a priority on a casual basis. This is not a casual basis, it's a permanent basis. And second line in there is there are no plans to increase the footprint of built assets or hard stand in these small parks. So we've quite explicitly said in our park strategy that we're not going to do this sort of thing to these sort of parks. So pick up the Mayor's comments about policy, we can make some liberations around that. But it does draw, makes me question about if we're serious about our park strategy, are we actually sticking to it, or is it purely a guideline that we choose to amend as we wish? The second issue for me is around the loss of green open space. So we are the council with the least amount of green open space in the metropolitan area. I know this is only a very small amount, but I would be concerned about losing that green open space. And there's nothing in the report that talks about that I can see about how we then replace that green open space somewhere else or have more usable space. And I'm also concerned that because this is different to leasing to a community group or to a sporting group, this is a for-profit business who is going to make money as a result of using some of the city of Prospect's land. So I would, I'm actually not quite sure I'm going to vote yet. I'm looking forward to being convinced fathers and I'm moving. But I would like to see that if it is a commercial enterprise that's going on the land and we approve it, that its commercial lease arrangements are in place, because I think that's only fair. Otherwise, why are you giving other green space? And I know we give footpaths to businesses, and that's great. But this is green space. It's a little bit different. It's going to have an impact. There will be a community view about it one way or the other. And I think we need to be just conscious of that. That we are seeing a bit of precedent in terms of our green open space. In terms of the cost sharing around moving the transformer, I would be hesitant about us funding that. Again, it's for a commercial activity, but that will come in time. But I would, look, I'm open. I'd like to hear the rest of the debate and be convinced one way or the other, but my concerns are mainly around commercial, that we should be charging some sort of commercial leasing space, and we should be looking at how we replace that with green space elsewhere.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
The previous council might have answered half the question, because I was going to ask who's going to pay to ship the transformer. And I'm assuming you read that back. Yeah. Okay. Look, I'm actually opposed to it. It might not be a big area, taking in mind not many people use it. I think those bikes that used to come from the city, they've been left on top of the thing. So they're the only use of the transformer. My understanding of the things I've read through, if it happened, the transformer would most probably move up the back into the corner. I underlined one bit was provided the green space. Now, we might have the machines or someone sits there and says people don't use that area. They can't use that area anyway because it's a transformer. But they don't use the area up the back because it's not in a good nick to be able to use. And when Councillor Bagger said some of the things on there, First World War things, the Wisteria, the White Wisteria in its history part, but also the Amnesty Wall. And it's actually embarrassing to go there currently with so many dead plants. And so it's a bit embarrassing. But if that corner is there and it's a green space, we should be improved. I don't think we should give it to private enterprise to use a section of it. I wouldn't have a problem if they have their own deck in their own area and they run a show and it comes summertime and maybe people grab a couple of chairs and they sit on that lawn park, buy their coffee or their sandwich and sit. Because to me then it's the general public sitting down having some. But to actually set up a deck and use it, we've got minimal parks. That's why we're looking at the football on the parkland. So every time we take a little bit of footprint, we lose a little bit of green. So I'm actually opposed to it as it's in front of me. And I'll vote that way.
Further debate? Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I think we've just got such a minimal amount of green space throughout our city, and we say about this and set up an open space greening of our city and our heat map and all of that. So I don't mind if they, set it up on their own thing and try and work in knowing that there is a park sort of there. And there may be some incidental type of thing that can happen with some of the deck chairs or something that we might be able to work out, something arrangement that would get that green space perhaps used more by our community. But I'm not too happy about having the lease and the deck going out into the garden. I think if they can design what they've got there, and then there may be some other activities that can happen as a result of them being there. I do think that perhaps the Chibo deck in Vine Street Plaza might be another example where councils had some arrangement. I think that's a different kettle of fish. First of all, it wasn't green, the grass to start, more's the pity. Yes, but it's mainly because I just see it as another loss of green space, and we don't seem to be compensated elsewhere to have some more green space.
Thank you. Just comment briefly from the chair. I'm comfortable for it to be explored. I'm not necessarily comfortable with the structure over it. I think that's a really good point people have made. But if it was paving, it'd be much like a footpath, and we'd say, well, what's the difference between having it there and there? I think that'd be a different discussion. This development doesn't have a wide footpath next to it. We haven't widened the footpath. It would cost us a lot of money. We'd lose a right-hand turn into Wilcox, and I don't think we'd ever put a wider footpath in this precinct. So the only option for outdoor dining is either inboard, which will be covered by the apartments above, or to use some access to the park. Now, we kind of encourage our developments to face onto the park. So I think it's beholden on us to sort of say, okay, well, what would an arrangement look like if we wanted to do it? We don't actually know at this point. So I think it's worth us going through a process of letting the staff do that to try and work out if we had such an agreement, how could it be framed? Could it fit within our policy? Is it an alienation of public land, or is it not? Is it just a simple lease? I don't know any of those answers. I'm trying to encourage the tennis club to have a kiosk up at Memorial Gardens for years, which faces onto the park. They don't want to do it, so it doesn't happen. I know we let sporting clubs have bars and use our parks for club rooms and whatever, and that seems to work okay. This is different. A couple of reasons. Transformer being relocated. I've got no interest in paying a cent towards that. But I have to admit, no one's using that space right now for recreation. So I'm kind of open to pursuing this a little bit more, particularly in light of the fact that we like outdoor dining, we like people using our parks, and this is a way of introducing more people to our parks. But I'm not really interested in the deck, and I particularly don't want a balustrade or a fence. And I have seen these work really well with grass, and people take the tables and chairs out on the grass under the trees. So I think there's some interesting things to explore, but we've got to initiate a process to explore it. If we don't get it up tonight, it kind of just withers on the vine. I think that would probably not be where we want to be. It's just my view for what it's worth. Any further debate? Councillor Pearce.
I agree with what you just said. I think it's got merit. I'm all for more cafes and restaurants around Prospect. My experience dealing with developers, though, is this development will build that structure. We're not sure how it will look or appear. And if it's permanent, that the developer will not be wanting to lease it. He'll be looking to find a cafe owner to lease it. If you can't find a lessee, it could sit there idle for quite some time. If it is taken on and leased and fails because it's not worthy, what sort of structure will we be stuck with permanently there? That's my worry. If it was something like you mentioned, just with grass and something that could be, if it doesn't work, it could be just easily dismantled. Fine, but if he's building it into his finished product and it's substantial, he won't want any part of it. He'll be selling it to a cafe owner or leasing it, and that person will be taking the responsibility. If it's not successful, we're stuck with it.
Quick question.
Quick question, Councillor Drew.
Thank you. Just in relation to what you were saying there about doing something different, and if this fails, then it's over. This recommendation to me, is this recommendation only taking us down the route of the deck, or can it be, can it take us down the route of a path or some grass area or something else? Because my reading is just about the deck and it's about this proposal. I totally support what you're saying, and I'd like to support that, but I don't think I'm reading that in the recommendation.
Yeah, I think we've run out of amenders.
We have
So, yeah. Well, no, sorry, we had a second there, but we've got on someone else's slogan here. Can I just take the question though, CEO Director, does this bind us if we vote for this that you only investigated debt? Or does the wording give you sufficient flexibility to investigate the merits of things such as debt? It's a good question.
Through the chair, because it's predominantly investigative work that would be reported back, I think the option still exists, despite the word deck being used in part 2.
Okay, thank you. So your view is you've got flexibility. Follow-up question, Councillor Gruder. I'm going to go to Councillor Ripley.
Point 2 does say construction of a deck and instructs the CEO to investigate the process. So,
Thank you for asking a question. Councillor Ripley.
Just a question. Could you, in point 2, just simply take out, so where it says council sees merit of the potential use of a small portion of the community land of Barker Gardens for a commercial land use, and take out the words including the construction of a deck?
I take it you're proposing an amendment. I'll see these.
Is that alter the particular amendment? I suppose all right, I'll propose that.
Yeah, well, I'll seek the endorsement of the mover and seconder to see if they're happy to incorporate that change. Councillor, yeah, good suggestion. Councillor De Backer, would you be happy to incorporate the change? Yes, and Councillor Lowe, Deputy Lowe, happy to incorporate the deletion of those words.
What are we deleting? Just
The construction of a deck.
The words including the construction of a deck.
That is open to lesser construction process.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yes, okay. I'll then seek leave of the meeting to incorporate that change. All those in favour of that change? Hang on, let me just be really clear. Changes to delete those words. All those in favour of deleting those words? Yes. All those against deleting those words? No. That is carried. Right, that now becomes a motion. Councillor Ripley, do you have anything further to add? I think everybody's deemed to have spoken to it on my record, except Councillor Ripley asked a simple question. He did move an amendment. I'll take it to speaking to it. Sorry.
I'd like to ask one last question.
A brief question, Councillor Harris.
Yep. Straight out, the power box, how much to shift and how much would be our cost?
With the transformer?
At no cost.
Not in the motion, but I'll ask the director.
through the chair, I'd have to check. We haven't gone down the path of discussing the detailed costs. The developer at this point has said, if we do the deck, would you consider rah-rah-rah? So that's a further discussion for another day. The answer may well be no.
That concludes debate unless Councillor De Backer wishes to sum up. Thank you.
Briefly. Look, I just like to thank the fellow elected members because they've raised some really good questions, and I think what we're looking at in the motion is actually investigative and to answer those questions and bring it back. We're not making a final decision. And look, there are concerns on both sides, but I think I'd rather ask the questions and make an informed decision. And look, hopefully something like this, and I thank Councillor Barnett for bringing up the Chibo's example of how Chibo's has activated that space and made it alive, and certainly even from points of passive surveillance. I mean, whether it's this proposal or something else in Barker Gardens, I think, you know, having some sort of activation and getting people to see what a beautiful park that is would be great. So I'd support the motion. It's an investigative report, and I'd like to see the answers come back for making a decision on.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against? It is carried. Thank you. Okay, item 13.6, Community Service Awards Review. Recommendations on page 164. Someone happy to move it in its current form?
Thank you.
No, Councillor. Deputy Mayor? Just to speak to it?
Yes, I think it's worth reviewing these processes on a semi-regular basis, and the surveying work that was done was quite important. So I'd like to thank staff for putting that together. This is a balancing act here with keeping up with times and looking at the opportunities, but also establishing fairly strong provisions that develop a really legitimate need over time. And a good example of that is the city one. If we decided 10 years ago that was irrelevant, then we might have missed out on opportunities to award that to people now. So it's a balance between chopping and changing and recognising the opportunities, but not doing it too regularly so that we undermine the value of these awards. So maybe get together on the table and interested in the thoughts of the other members.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Harris, would you speak to it?
Yes, there's 6 parts, and I don't want to call for them to come separate, but in the overall picture, while we sat down and had a look at it, we looked at the changing of times as things have moved along since the 50s, and some of these awards should be different and all that. And the most important one I want to point out is point 6. 6 has been the freedom of the city one. So there's only been a few people only near March, and I think about 7 people I think we saw in over a period of time. But we feel it doesn't sort of happen because we couldn't find the keys of the city to give to anyone. And when you look back in the history, it also allows you to go in people's bedrooms and take advantage. So we thought in modern times that's quite not what we want. But the reason it's still written on there, and we just didn't recommend to wipe it off, is the last sentence, that while we get rid of it, it should still be on council's books that we have a special meaning for some people that might do something pretty unique for the city. So then it can still come back to council, and I'm talking more about future councils when we're not here sort of stuff. So someone is very unique doing something or done something for the city, we should think up something to do. So while we take it off as an actual part of the program, we want it still to remain in the books that it was there, so that that last line, if we do find someone that's fairly unique, we can hand it over. So I recommend people to endorse the whole lot.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Barnett first.
Yes, I think it's important to point out that the council staff involved have gone out and surveyed the community clubs and clubs, volunteers and groups, and so the resounding message came back, that it's, they think that it's still important to have our community service awards, which a lot of people don't realise are separate to the Australia Day Awards. They're not actually, even though we nominate people from or groups from our community, they're administered and the rules are made by the Australia Day Council. So we're presented with the rules, that's it, and you just nominate whatever. But with our own community service awards, that's where we have an opportunity to really, involve our community. Some of them said, we really never, get award or be recognised, but it's because our club has actually put up the nominations and put up lots of them. Therefore, we have an opportunity to reward many more people, and a lot of them are the quiet achievers. So we felt quite strongly in the review group that we wanted to really reward the quiet achievers, along with those that may be the president of the club and length of service and all that. But so it's really looking at more of those aspects of it, I think, as well. With the freedom of the city, look, if we had a naval base or a military base or something, they are the origins of it. It's appropriate for Port Adelaide Enfield, because they do that with when a ship comes in a navy, and they do all that, march through and give them the freedom of the city or something like that. With the Adelaide City Council, they have more opportunity, I guess, for more Olympians and footballers and things like that. We did have an opportunity last year with not that football. I think the council elections got in the way, so let's hope we have another opportunity there.
Councillor Barnett, very positive note. Go to Roosters. Councillor De Backer.
First, I'd just like to congratulate the staff on an excellent report, and this was a sort of level of consultation that really sort of answered a lot of questions. I think I'm not going to reiterate what Councillor Barnett and the Deputy Mayor have just said, but I think one of the things I'd like to highlight is the innovation awards for business. So sometimes people hear the word community awards and maybe they don't recognise themselves in that, and it's not necessarily because they're not involved with the community. It's the way, I guess, the awards are sold or packaged or promoted. So I think it's really good that we're looking at other aspects like the quiet achievers, like length of service, because they're all valid reasons why people should be recognised. And I'm really excited to see like a business innovation award that may have a community component to it, and how it supports prospects in the community. So excellent report, and I'll be supporting the recommendation.
That's Rick.
Just going to say an excellent report, really thorough, detailed as to why the changes are occurring. Fully support all of them, and it's a good way to, I guess, consolidate our awards and have, I guess, our 3 Australia Day awards plus our community services awards. It's pretty clear, I think, then what awards we offer and what they, I guess you also run the risk if you have too many different awards, there's too many things people to nominate for, whereas I think the shorter the amount of awards, in my opinion, better overall. We'll end up with a better result, in my opinion.
Further debate? Deputy Mayor Larwood, would you sum up?
Yes, was fortunate enough last year that the Mayor wasn't able to make the volunteers recognition breakfast, and thank you for the opportunity to present the awards for long service. Varying, after 10 years and 2 or 3 years, people come and help out and volunteer for City Prospect, and I guess the joy and the enthusiasm in the faces of people in that room just to get something as simple as recognition in front of their peers and a certificate presented by me. I guess that might have made it more exciting.
Very exciting.
Jumping at the
Have the floor, Deputy Mayor Larwood, have the floor.
Yes, I do. So I think that's a great example of where community service awards really fits the bill and really caps off what people do. And reading through this again, hearing a few conversations around some of the categories, I have a bit of a feeling that part 5, the business, innovation, economic development parts of it, may not actually fit as nicely in this group as the others do. The others are all, I think, examples of recognising people who, for no commercial benefit or gain, give freely of their time, and the commercial, the business side of it, it's an argument either way. Maybe we could consider pulling business-related awards out of this category and developing a series of business awards in their own right. That might give them more gravitas. It might change the tone of what those awards are, and it might inspire a different demographic of our community to work harder with potential to receive and be recognised at that level. So that's where the innovation award, and that's where the business which is redone its shop to incorporate this or that or the other, or whatever else it might be. I think maybe we could consider putting those out and doing something different with them. The rest of them fit very nicely together, and I'm a strong supporter of encouraging people to volunteer and participate in their community.
Can you conclude the debate? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Good debate. Item 13.7, Community Hub Library and Innovation Centre, the CLIC, project update and funding of latent conditions. Recommendations on page 187 and 188. Somebody happy to move it to its current form? Councillor Barnett.
Yes, it reminds me, I'm all in favour of remediation of contaminated soil and replacement of the council air conditioning particularly. So, yes, and just put it to elect members for further discussion, if need be.
You do have a second. Councillor Bruce, if you speak to it. Further debate? Deputy Mayor.
A couple of quick questions. The replacement of the town hall air conditioning sitting within the budget, is that 100% the right place for it to sit? It seems like it's a right part of the project, but I think the report refers to the fact that it's due to be done anyway. So that's my first question. And the second question is...
Hang on, let's take one at a time. That's okay. You write it all down so you don't forget it. Director.
Thank you for the question through the Mayor. This was something that caused a fair bit of internal debate as to where it sits. The asset management plan for buildings would suggest that in 2 years' time we're going to do it anyway, but not to this exact degree and not to this exact standard, because it wasn't based on there being 11 metre wide openings in the walls, etc., which need to balance with the new building. So the price is different, the timing's different, which means it needs to be funded into this financial year, which is why it's been grouped into that category. It does mean that there will be a saving of that, not the exact figure, but a saving in 2 years' time.
Thank you. Second question.
The mitigation soil, I have no experience in building projects at all, but I'm curious as to how that only came to light down the track and therefore requires variation. Is that what happened?
That question, Director.
Through the Chair, it came to light during the digging stage. At that point in time, an internal decision through negotiation with PEG was decided to not extend the budget, but to absorb those additional costs. And essentially, it's a byproduct of you don't know what's under the ground until you start digging. Whilst the word contamination is used, essentially there's some bitumen products and other things like that, which essentially just mean it's not plain fill. There's nothing particularly dangerous, it's not plain fill. So in order to remove that cost at the time, we took from contingency, but there's a bit of pressure on the contingency budget, and the advice from the project managers and the rest of the team is to put the money back in, so as to extend it to the contingency budget is back at what we would consider a manageable and appropriate level for a life of the project to go.
Further debate?
Some great questions from the Deputy Mayor, just in regards to Town Hall. Just in remembering the Town Hall is the click. We utilise the Town Hall as part of the click to achieve the floor area requirement for the job. So I'm really happy as part of the click that the Town Hall has been given the attention it deserves. And again, the remediation regarding the soil, it's regrettable but necessary. I just had a question through the Chair in regards to one of the relevant directors. This amendment's not to do with the furniture, this is purely to do with the air conditioning and the remediation of the soil.
Through the Chair, that's correct.
I'll be supporting the motion.
Further debate? You can, Councillor. I don't actually have you recorded as speaking to the item. 2 questions you had. So third question.
On page 198, it's either an actual or a mock-up of an ad relating to retail and office leasing. Give you guys a chance to get there. I'm a little bit so if this is a live ad, I'm a little bit concerned that we're not in control of the messaging here. So it's called Retail and Office Leasing for a brand new Prospect Innovation Centre. So I don't know what this brand new innovation centre is. I believe for or something else that we're looking to attract attention to, and at the business leaders breakfast the other morning, we talked about how we want to put this opportunity out to the market, and I'm wondering whether this has been done in line with some of the thinking, and whether this is purely nothing to do with us, and the real estate agents can do whatever they want with regards to their wording and messaging.
That's my question. I'll take the question.
Last bit.
Through the Chair, we have developed a detailed expression of interest document with actual criteria as to what we would be desiring in that commercial space. So that has gone out, and but the criteria will enable us to actually select the right kind of tenant for that commercial space. So what we were just saying there was actually remove some council wording to make it more of a attractive offering, but it will be open to a range of uses that we can bring back here and consider, and that could include co-working spaces. It could be, a major anchor tenant that would help enliven the innovation precinct. So it's that expression of interest document and the leasing proposal will be brought back to this council for consideration.
Thank you, Greg. Deputy Mayor, all good? From the chair, being a member of PEG, it was important for you to know where I sit on this. And in brief, I've put a bit of pressure on the project team to not cover the latent condition, the soil contamination issue. I've said take it out of contingency. It's really about putting pressure on the budget, because not to do so means that we need to expand our budget by $205,000. And I didn't think that was appropriate to do so early in the project. And it's obvious now that the team is saying, that's nice, but the contingency looks like it's going to be exhausted. As per the recommendation, you need to expand the project budget by $205,000. That's what we're being asked to do tonight. The air conditioning, I previously thought was done when the first rebuild of the offices was done in 2004, I think. But I'm informed that it was tweaked but not renewed. So the air conditioning is older than I suspected. So it is getting towards the end of life, as we've heard. And therefore it makes a lot more sense to get it done now rather than later while all the construction's going on. So I'm more at ease with these two, but I do point out to all elected members that these are expanding the budget for the clip. The good news is that the land sales brought in some more money than we expected. So these are collectively $370,000, I think, 205,165, and the actual land sales is 270. So we're 100 short, roughly. I'll just ask the director to clarify. My number's correct, Director?
Through the chair, that's first. Total of these two additional projects is 370. The additional land sale is 270. We have 40,000 costs associated to land sale for 2 parcels of land. So what that means is 370 additional cost, but we're bringing in income in the second budget. We got 230, so that's net adjustment of
140. Okay, thank you for that. Cost of sales. So we're actually being asked to expand the overall budget for these projects, which if you think about the land sales as part of the project, by $140,000. That'll show up in the second budget review if we choose to approve it later on. So I'm happy with the transparency in this report. I'm happy to support these items, although, initially resistant. Now I'm getting convinced. But as long as we're all aware that the project was worth so much, we're now saying this gets up, but it's now worth this much. There's nothing's for nothing. Any further debate? Councillor Rich?
Clarify with the $140,000 shortfall from the Director's of Community Planning's previous answer. If we don't fund this now, we will be in a position in 2 years' time that we will be needing to replace the air conditioner anyway. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Through the chair, my view would be 2 years' time is probably best case scenario. I think what we may find, and we've received some advice about the air conditioning unit, that currently it doesn't run 7 days a week, it doesn't run 8 hours a day. That's what we'll be asking it to do in its final years of life. There's a risk that the first summer comes and we have a early breakdown. I don't want to be dramatic about it, but there is a risk that it won't get to that in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Any further? Okay, any further debate? Back to you, Councillor Barnett, if you wish to sum up.
Yes, so on the matter of the town hall air conditioning, so I was enthusiastic about this being replaced, and because of the reasons being said, but also because, as I think my memory recalls at the project executive group meeting, that it would cost a whole lot more to be able to then put in a new air conditioning system and replacing this. So I think on the balance of that, it's better if we do it now, and then we have an air conditioning system that is fit for purpose. And I think if we're managing risks, we certainly do not want it to be breaking down if we assume have another week or so this sort of weather in our new clip building. and particularly in the town hall, if we've got, for example, the baby's rhyme time, or toddler's rhyme time, or whatever, you know. So I just think it makes sense. Been in attending the prospect, well, it is prospect, but the project executive group meetings. From time to time, we do get reports from our project and our budget monitoring, and I think also through our audit committee, monitor these sorts of things. And there have been various savings made within the project at different times, so that's meant we've been able to then put in, we've got, say, a list of half a dozen or whatever it is, sorts of things that we really like to be able to do. But at that time we weren't able to do it, so now we can include things like the town hall air conditioning. So I think, you know, there will be adjustments and all that, but I think overall we're very much wanting to remain on budget and on time.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Yes, it's carried unanimously. 13.8, Planning Development Infrastructure Act 2016 Productive Economy Discussion Paper. Bit of light reading for us all. Recommendations on page 205. Somebody happy to move it in its current form? Councillor De Backer, speak to it.
Well, just briefly, again, there's a lot of work being done in this space to do with planning, and we are, as a council and as a community, being asked to comment at every step of the way. This is all about economic development, and I'm glad that the council administration have picked up some of the things around expanding activity centres. So I guess the focus of a lot of this is about, you know, jobs and growth and activity and building, certainly at what cost. And I guess in somewhere like Prospect, we've got urban infill, we've got pressures on parking, we've got pressures on traffic, and so these changes can cost us and our community significantly. So I appreciate that there has been sentiment picked up in regards to concerns around the expansion of activity areas into residential zones. So I would recommend the motion for the administration to send a letter accordingly.
Thank you. Got a seconder? You may speak to it.
So this is, as Councillor Backer mentioned, it's a process which looks like it's still being balanced a little bit in favour of away from the community. I don't know if we might see in the future if the development assessment might include a economic benefit tick box to see whether it might get approved or not. I don't think it would convert a really poor proposal and get it over the line, but it might be enough to satisfy the criteria to get something approved that otherwise might not. So it could be a bit of a thin end of the bench situation. If we're looking at getting something included in a discussion paper, then that opens up the opportunity for down the track that someone further upstream to go, well, there, it's in the discussion paper and you guys are happy with it, so now we're going to look at policy and so on and so forth. It feels like there's less chance of this legitimately benefiting the community than positively benefiting the community. If you want to take a cynical approach to it, definitely harder for the community to swallow being asked to accept a whole lot of changes in their environment, being asked to accept potential for, be a bit extreme big box development to climb in the middle of somewhere we don't want to be, and we don't think we'll stand against that down the track. So there are some concerns, and I've got confidence that the team will look at this discussion paper and put forward the position that they know we're comfortable with.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Barnett.
I think we have option also with the local government association, so sort of be another bite at the cherry of responding, I understand.
Further debate? Councillor De Backer, do you wish to sum up? That concludes that. All in favour? Yes, carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 13.9, draft planning development and infrastructure general development assessment variation regulation 2019 consultation. Hope you're all ready. That's important. It's very hard to get into. It's really important.
Had a lot of problems with the iPad.
iPad's been crashing. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Recommendations on page 279 if you can get it. Is everybody able to read it? Yeah. Right. Is there a spare copy of the agenda we can leave? Someone think it's correct. Thank you. Somebody happy to move it as per recommendation page 279?
So this is basically what I'm trying to do.
Deputy Mayor. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to move it to on the floor and draw your attention to page 326. It's a table which spans a couple of pages. Some good work in here done by the council. Some of this looks like cost shifting. Saying and to me, de-lodging process, but if it all gets a little bit hard, just come and see the folks at council. No problems at all. The whole process of public notifications on page 327. Again, there's a labour cost involved to us under this model, which currently there isn't. So unless we have the ability to uncharge those sorts of things like that, which we may not, there's and there's two examples of probably a bunch of subtle shifts, which add those up, and that creates issues for us in the medium and long term. And then again, it shifts the car in a different direction subtly. So there are some concerns here, and look forward to discussion and so everybody else thinks.
Thank you. I have a second.
Second it for any further discussion. I too have concerns as outlined by the Deputy Mayor about any cost shifting and about ability for local government to be able to reimburse it through appropriate allowed through appropriate cost structures. I also have concerns about the professional side of things, particularly for like some examples of what's happened in Sydney with that building where who checks the professional checker, so to speak, with in some of those professional aspects. So I have a lot of concerns about the councils are being cut out of that professional aspect of being ones that go around and check buildings are actually in their council area. It's just not left up to somebody who just sort of comes in and there's no real checking, I think, at perhaps a professional stage there. So they're some of my concerns.
Further debate? Just from my perspective, there's lots about this that I support in terms of the changes. I like the idea of you having to put a sign on your property when you're doing some work so your neighbours can see what's going on. But I want the type of sign prescribed. So you have to put a floor plan on it, you have to put a site plan on it, you probably have to let people know what it looks like in the street. I'm cognizant that if we do it, there's costs to it, but provided we can charge those costs, I'd be happier that we did it to get it consistent rather than let people, put it on the back of a Wheaties packet and cover it in glad wrap and the first rain means it's illegible. That sticky tape on a tomato steak, because that can happen if you say it's the owner's obligation to do it. So I think there's got to be more debate around some little mechanics like that to make sure that it's successful. The ability for people to see the drawings online of what's happening to them next door, I think is really important. And I think we should work really hard to make it successful. I get contacted by people all the time and say, you told me something's happening next door, but I can't see it until I go into your offices during business hours and I work. So now I'm terrified of what's happening next door. Why don't you send drawings? We say we can't because of copyright. It drives me nuts. It's available online. that would ease that burden. And usually people's fears calm down because they can see what's actually happening rather than lying awake at night worrying about what might be happening. I think the staff's recommended submission, I applaud the reference there, and I think you can strengthen it at all. That there seems to be a lot of work here about improving the assessment process and the speed of the assessment process, but very little about making sure the designs are good or excellent. And we've always had the mantra that our community want really fantastic designs. That's what's paramount to it. And we were promised that this process would bring about a way of incorporating a way of assessing good design. So therefore it's not good design, you refuse it and you win in court. It doesn't have that permeating the way this is structured. I think we should just keep reinforcing that point. And finally, I'd probably recommend strengthening the section around the time bars, or the requirement to process it on time, or else it's deemed to be approved. And it's a particular clause in it that says you can only ask one batch of questions. So our team get the drawings, have a look, formulate a whole bunch of questions, send them off. And if the applicant comes back with inadequate answers, it's not clear whether we can go back and ask our same questions again. But what it says is we cannot ask a second round of questions. If we don't like it, we therefore refuse it, or we let the time run out and it's deemed approved. And if it's deemed approved, our only remedy is that we take it to court. And I just think that's I understand why they want to clean up so there's not questions going backwards and forwards like a tennis game. I get it. But I think the way they've documented it or proposed it is too blunt, because I know there's plenty of applicants who provide very limited answers and play the game to get it deemed approved. And I think we've got to be up to that and make sure the system doesn't allow it to be gamed. Not it does at the moment. So I applaud the whole response, but I think that item could be strengthened, and the design item certainly is well made, but any more strength to it would be appreciated. But this stuff, again, critically important, because in 4 years' time, this will be the process that we're talking to our constituents about, rather than the current process. So it's really important we're engaged in trying to get it as good as it can be. Any further debate? Deputy Mayor Larwood, just to sum up.
Just to clarify, so yes, I would thank you. To clarify that I'm in favour of the signage side of things, as there's concerns about the cost. On the other side of the coin, it might give our team the opportunity to practice our public sign installation policy that we had some trouble with last year. So hopefully there'll be plenty of chances to go out and make sure that they get started off as, or not started off as right, and the orientation spot on and those types of things like that. So I think that that's a silver lining to this process.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Thanks, Dave. Two difficult areas, good reports. Item 13.10, the Joy Belushi Award for Women in Local Government 2017-18. Recommendations on page 329. Note Councillor Barnett's expressed some conflict of interest and is leaving the room. Councillor Harris is going with her for moral support. Where he's going. Item 13.10 is there. Recommendations on page 329. We wish to move it to its current form. Up to the back.
Yes, I'd love to move this actually. So it's a significant award, and it's designed to read the recommendations. Council, having considered item 13.10, the Joy Belushi Award for Women in Local Government, nominate Christina Barnett, and that the Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to submit the nomination form as provided at attachment 37. So it's a significant award. Councillor Christina Barnett, former Mayor of Prospect, and those who know her know she's incredibly active within the community of Prospect. She's on many committees, or has been from school, I know when her kids were little, right through to some of the local groups, including the U3A, the History Group, the Residents Association, Environment Group, and outside of that, the Local Government Women's Association, I always get the acronym wrong. It was actually through one of these workshops that I attended that I was encouraged to stick my hand up for the council, and I know she does a lot of good work in that area, putting together conferences and workshops for the benefit. And it's not just, and this was a question that was put to me, and it's not just about women, it's having fair representation of our communities at a democratic level for decision making. So what Christine is doing, not just encouraging women, but encouraging women with diverse viewpoints, and also sort of looking at the culture within local government that supports diversity. And I think that's a fair and very worthy cause to celebrate. So there were certain criteria for the award, and I think that's been documented quite thoroughly. So I'd ask you to support the motion and nominate Councillor Christina Barnett.
Thank you. Have a second. Councillor Pearce, would you speak to it?
Just quickly, I just endorse everything that was just said. I've lived in Prospect for a long time, and and Christine is an institution in the area and a quiet achiever, and I think it's a great idea that she's been nominated.
Further debate. Councillor Rick.
I'd just like to add that having come here and only started in November, and having met Christina through various previous local government seminars while I was serving on a previous council, and having met and worked with her here, she's been very welcoming. I could tell her heart's in the right place. She's a passionate lady, and yeah, she's just got a genuine care for the community, and I think this is a great nomination for our council.
Deputy Mayor.
I agree that Christina's done a great job for many years both within our council and with the local government arena. This may be an unpopular thing to say, but I always have a little bit of a concern when we isolate a demographic within our community and we set them up to win an award. We don't have an old man in local government award, maybe we do have everything else. Sorry. But I think that if we're going to use this as an opportunity to recognise contribution, and maybe it's a way of encouraging people from those demographics to get involved in local government, then I think we should be a bit broader in our thinking about how we do that. It just concerns me that we talked about on merit, we did earlier on at dinner, we talked about on merit quotas and those kind of things. So I do support Christina's nomination for this award. She's done a fantastic job, but put her heart and soul into what she's done. I just want to make that note.
Further debate. Councillor Group.
Look, just to rise to also commend Councillor Barnett, I thought one of the quotes in the paper really articulates Christina's work. Her devotion to the area over a period of many decades is beyond compare. I haven't been alive for many decades, but Christina's been working for many, well, not that many, but Christina's been working very hard for a long time, and I think it's great to recognise this as part of her contribution to City of Prospect. Also, totally good to get from there, which guys opportunities for all council members have to recognise the work we do. Not work they do, and whether it's old men or young women, we should always look for opportunities to recognise that work. So, but certainly, we'll be supporting the motion. Very happy to see it up tonight.
From the chair, I'm really happy to hear all that. I didn't expect I'd hear someone say they wouldn't support it, but I'm pleased to have contacted the CEO and said I think we should do this. The nomination period only comes out every so often. And I think Christina's an ideal candidate for all the reasons you just said. By way of backstory, this is now, by kind of default, the peak award for an elected member in local government. There was the John McGowan Award, which is open to both genders, but that is in abeyance at the moment at the decision of the LGA board, which I don't really understand, but that means that this award is the highest award possible for an elected member within the local government of South Australia. It was centred around Joy Belusha's efforts as a very strong representative of her area. I mean, she said what she thought. In and out of every room she was in, politicians, staff, elected members, public. She didn't hold back. And she's proudly and fierce of her area and her role in advancing the city. It was thought that an award should be constructed around that sense of determination. But Joy was also someone who wanted women to stand up and take a stronger role in governance. And I really believe in it. And I think Christina's a great demonstration of doing that. It's been around, it's not fair to say a long time, but and that's just a statistic. But Christina's had an enthusiasm for making the community better for years and years and years. It just keeps going. And this award specifically says what you've done in the last 12 months. And I know, and thank you, Councillor Tobacco, for confirming, I know that Councillor Tobacco has done a huge amount in the last 12 months in the eligibility criteria. So this is not saying, oh, well, it's good on you for being around for so long. This is saying you've done a great job in the last 12 months. And by the way, there's this huge backstory that you've been involved in setting up things like the toy library 30 years ago. It's still going today. And now part of our library system, so that you borrow a toy like you borrow a CD or a book. That's a really important initiative. And Christina sort of extols the virtues of someone who changes communities. One little group, one little initiative at a time. She's been involved with the University of the Third Age and getting some back-of-house governance things sorted out that nobody likes to do. Christina said, I'll do it. She does research at crazy hours in the morning. We all get little emails at 3 o'clock in the morning. But she does more research than any of us about some topics. And it's incredibly valuable. I know the staff as well as us. And this, look, in the Prospect Local Environment Group, which has been a big part of driving the markets that they run, markets which took up the place when our fruit and veg market decided to run away. It's just someone who's just committed to making it a great place, and that's what makes us a fantastic city. This award has been around a while. It was not constructed well at the start. Christina was a nominee right at the start, but the award was withdrawn by the LGA because the timing clashed with an election cycle and seemed to benefit nominees or awardees, and that was a real mess. So that was very regrettable. The reason I'm very happy to see and get this report to you is that we're after an election cycle. Nobody can accuse Councillor Barnett of seeking any gain from this other than us wanting her to be recognised for her great efforts. And I think it's more than appropriate time for her to do so. So it sounds like we're going to support it, and so will I. It's fantastic. Further debate? Probably. No. Councillor Baggett, you wish to sum up? That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against? It is unanimous. Someone retrieve Councillor Barnett and I think Councillor Harris.
Yeah,
We move on to item 1311, dog registration fees. Yes, so Manager Governance reminding me that when we get to 10:30, we have to stop the resolution to continue. Councillor Ripp.
In the resolution, we continue to 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, have a seconder. Councillor Ripp. Any debate? All those in favour?
We're just moving to extension time.
Sorry, councillors, now you've resumed your seat. Councillor Ripp has moved that we extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. Councillor Quick has seconded it. I ask for any debate. Should you wish to participate in any debate on that item? Otherwise, I'll put it to the vote. No? All those in favour? Against? Is carried unanimously. Unanimously.
We can then discuss any more.
Okay, dog registration fees, item 1311 for 2019-2020. There are recommendations on page 340. Someone happy to move it? Deputy Mayor. Speak to it.
I would just like to draw your attention to page 344, and I'll just read it out. Although legislative changes and the implementation of DACO, Dog and Cat Online, Dogs and Cats Online, have resulted in some reductions in dog registration income paid by council. Some of the unquantifiable benefits council include efficiencies for council administration due to a whole bunch of points. So the reason I want to draw your attention to this is that this is what we should be thinking about for as many things as we can possibly do. It says unquantifiable, but I think we can actually quantify the benefits that we receive out of this if we want to, and demonstrate there's a business case behind this process. And I just wanted to highlight that point as a key success factor going down the line of Dog and Cats Online, and encourage us to think along these lines as often as possible across as many areas of council as possible.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Harris, wish to speak to it?
No, I'd like to speak if it had pigeons, but it doesn't.
You further debate? Deputy Mayor, do you wish to sum up your own speech? Please debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 13.12, periodic review of key financial indicators. A recommendation to page 345. Someone happy to move it as it's written? Deputy Mayor, wish to speak to it? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gluck, wish to speak to it?
I concur with the movement.
Further debate? That concludes debate. All those in favour? Yes, it's carried unanimously. Thank you. Second budget review, item 13.13. Page 351, 352. Sorry, CEO, Director. It's now got some alterations, which are, thank you, up on the screen. Items in yellow are the updated items, and is what being recommended to us to move. The items crossed out will not appear in the final resolution should we choose to move what's in yellow. Is that correct? Okay.
Hello.
Sorry, Director, just for perfect clarity, can I just ask you to provide a brief explanation of those changes?
Through the chair, there's pre-allocation that we have to revert to do with the Sam Watson project. Some of the projects are in the operating area and some of them are in capital areas. So those are, the net adjustment should be nil to council because we are only looking at the allocation of the three funds. So we're just going to revert them back to its original place. What that adjustment is just purely crossover capital and operating. So if we were to approve that budget earlier on, some of the operating project will actually come to become capital projects. So we're just basically reverting them back.
Okay, which impacts the operating result.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. So is somebody happy to move what's on the screen, having had that explanation? Councillor Harris, wish to speak to it?
Aye, thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Barnett, wish to speak to it?
I'm always happy to see surplus.
Further debate? Councillor Backer.
Yes, again, I'm lost in the document, but am I led to believe there's a budget variation for furniture for the clip? Through the chair. From my memory.
Sorry, I don't know who to direct the question to. Is that CEO able to answer that? I read it that it was pretty much on track, but not yet finalised. That's what I read.
Thank you for that excellent lead in answering the question here, given I've been on annual leave. That is correct. So the furniture budget is on track. We haven't yet concluded everything. In actual fact, there has been some negotiation today in relation to checking on some of that furniture expenditure and ordering. So we will continue to do that.
So look, my concern, and again, I'm very much like we promise a budget, we try and deliver on budget, and we have some variations. But it was in the order of $700,000, and we had like a 10% wiggle room or something that I can recall. I was really uncomfortable with that. I think at this late stage in the game when we've got a lot of projects demanding our attention, and we also kind of filled up the beginning of the meeting with a lot of motions that require resourcing and sort of money allocations. But things like, I mean, we need chairs and tables and things, but we certainly don't need to have the Rolls Royce of everything. So, I mean, I'd just like to sort of, this possibility to push back on some of that, if that's possible. Yeah, look, my...
The only working I can.
Question there? Sorry, I was just worried about the air conditioning thing.
Yeah, no. So my concern was that within the budget variation, there seemed to be an extra $60,000 to $70,000 for furniture that wasn't to budget. They said there was like 10% wriggle room. And I'm just wondering, this is a budget review, is there a possibility to say, well, no, we don't accept that?
Thank you, Director.
Through the chair, having the clarification, is that related to the click?
Yes.
So we have the adjustment on page 369. The adjustment is the 370 that we have discussed
Earlier. Well, I'm just trying to think where in.
Thank you, Stan, Councillor.
Yes, my apologies. It was my mistake. It was my understanding there was a report that came through in this council agenda that talked about the furniture being over budget. Unless I missed it in another document. So my apologies.
I'm certainly happy to give clarification on that. There's no doubt that the staff have gone through the furniture schedule with an extreme view of keeping it as low as possible. We have certainly amended any sort of suggestions to furniture purchase so that they are very reasonable. But I'm happy to give some further clarification to you in terms of maintaining the budget in terms of furniture expenditure close to that 700,000 as was budgeted.
My apologies. It might have been a PEG update. My apologies. It might have been a PEG update.
Thank you. Further debate? It is a bit rocket ship-like, isn't it? Apologies, we seem to go from silence and heat to
And not in the back seat.
rocket ship and trying to build. Can I just ask a question? In the on page 353, there's an open space developer contribution received of 140,000. And I just wanted to know what happens to that. That sounds to me like we should say thank you, developer, for giving us 140,000. We'll spend it on a park somewhere, like Stan Watson's made. How do we account for it, and how do we stop it just looking in the general revenue? Can someone clarify that, because these are rare things for us to receive. On page 353.
Not the way to go.
Is there a spec?
Yes. Can someone just explain how that works and what we'll use it for?
Through the chair, the Open Space Development Fund was established by this council about 18 months ago and is used when developments have more than 21 allotments in a proposal, of which we really only have 250 Churchill Road that's contributing. They've made one contribution, $140,000. That sits in a budget or an account. You can correct me if the accounting terms are wrong, but it sits in an account essentially called Open Space Development Fund, and it can only be used for open space. It doesn't mean it's used this year, next year. It will be subject to a discussion or subject to a budget deliberation, but it sits there and can only be used for the improvement of open space or the increase of open space. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent. I'm sorry, Councillor Deputy Miller, were you about to speak? Was that good?
Maybe that's before you the way into my hand there.
Yeah, I did see a hand. Sorry, far away.
I just had some questions. That's okay. Page 364, publications for the magazine. Budget $65,000, actual 20,000, which looks like about a third considering the three. Second edition is completed. So is the cost of the second edition in the next budget period, is that why that doesn't say $40,000 instead of 20?
I'll take the question, Director.
Through the chair, that's because it's been printed, but we haven't received the bills yet. So it's just a lag in the accounting.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
A couple of questions. Page 365, the first one, $30,000 budget, project status not started, additional watering has commenced. So I just confirm that that's one of those things not right. One of three things.
Through the chair, I'd like to confirm that the project comment is correct. The project status is commenced, and there should be some bills coming through that very shortly.
Is that because it's a delay in getting the bills, because this relates back to just December 2018?
That's correct.
Just the last point to make, I almost had time today to add all these things up, to see what our revised budgets were and our actual spend, but I didn't. But a quick scan suggests there's quite a lot of work to do based on money allocated and what needs to be spent, and we're in almost approaching March. I understand the cycle is budget approvals, going out for tender, closing off and signing off the tenders and organising the work. So this time is very busy, but in the last couple of years we've hit the end of the financial year and we haven't achieved some of the capital works projects. And I would be comfortable having a confirmation from either the CEO or probably through the CEO that the CEO and the team are comfortable with where things are sitting and confident we're going to deliver those capital works projects in the timeframes that we expect.
Okay, there's a question. CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been in constant contact with my directors in relation to all of their project expenditure. I'm assured by the staff that everything is on track. There are two projects within the infrastructure area that do have some concern in relation to them. There's a delay in the Prospect Road footpath upgrade caused by DIPT in terms of delaying their whole approval in relation to design work. And that is clearly going to be an issue for us yet again, which is extremely disappointing because it was an issue for us last year. And that whole project has been slowed down. That's the undergrounding of the power lines and then rectification work that was slowed down by DIPT. And the second project is the CLIP in terms of timing of delivery, but I am assured by staff that the other projects will be delivered.
Thank you. Anything further? Deputy Mayor? Nothing further debate? Councillor Harris? Sum up?
I am happy, thank you.
That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And Councillor Barnett, now that you're settled back in, just to confirm that Council voted unanimously to support your nomination for the Joy Belushi Award, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
But I know you'll tidy up the loose ends with the staff.
The clap.
One of as far as we can see. Yes, not an ambulance. That's right, that's right. Okay, next item is item 3014, which I've declared a conflict for, and we'll leave the room, the building, I think we'll have to do. And therefore I invite the Deputy Mayor to come forward to chair the meeting.
First one I've done this, so thanks for the opportunity. And I'm just going to take it nice and slow, move through the process, and I'll be seeking advice from the staff that are required. So item 13.14, code of conduct inquiry. Would anyone like to move this motion?
Deputy Mayor, can I ask a question before we move it? Can we take the sections in parts of the vote, please?
I think I would seek leave for moving to your request, so can I seek leave for meeting?
That's 3, 4.
We put our hands up.
All those in favour? Against? Okay, so there's words appearing up on the screen here. I'm not doing this. Okay, so item 13.1.4. Do we have a movement for that item?
Do you move the whole lot?
Take pass, aren't you? So we have to go through each one.
I don't think so.
Is that what you're asking?
I just thought we could move the whole lot and then vote on the whole lot, not part, each part.
So
You can move the whole, you have to take each one.
Yeah.
You have to take each one.
So we have to go through each one. Yep. We have to seek a mover in a second to have a debate and then vote on
Which part?
the motion.
Sorry, point of order. Just for my clarity, I was seeking to make the voting parts, not the moving of it. Sorry, just for clarity. So
then we're seeking a mover and a second to the entire motion, but when it comes to voting, we'll vote on each one individually. Okay, so now that we've got that clear, do I have a mover for this motion? Councillor Pearce, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, just quickly, obviously I wasn't around when this happened back last year, but I've read through the summary and the recommendations, and I think everything's been done accordingly. The investigation was initiated, and we'll vote on the points, but I think they've all been addressed satisfactorily to my knowledge.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it. So the motion is able to be discussed, and then seconding it, because I won't be able to speak after that. I think it's quite clear that independent lawyers independently assessed the situation. I think it's quite clear from the motions that there have been alleged breaches of code of conduct. So I think it's fairly clear from the motion basically what's happened and the remedy for those breaches.
And I'd like to open up the debate. Councillor Harris.
I just got a couple of brief questions first, please. 2.1, when I come to that, well, I don't say it's good. I understand that, I've read that, and I believe an apology was given, and mentally try not to do that again. I'm a little bit concerned with the next one, 2.2, which talks about the directors and the code, and using actually 2 and 3. Sorry, I had one question before. The lawyers that we use, do they cost or they're free?
The cost. That's a 15,000.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So there is a cost in relation to all of these matters when there is a request for investigation. In this case, we did engage an independent investigator given the staff were involved in the matter. The cost to date, we have received invoices for around $15,000. Generally, the codes of conduct inquiries cost anywhere around $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 depending on the complexity of the matter.
You're going to go to jail for 3 months. Okay, well look, I'd like to make a couple of comments in there and then support actually what's going on. I was a little bit concerned about this, and what seems we get all the information we have, but we only sort of get parts in my mind that the problem with the directors and given directions and that. And if I was dealing with this bloke, this one, or in fact everyone but Christina in the room, it could be fresh and new to them, but we have been through this before, and it was about a previous director, and I don't want to go into the specifics, but we've been about it before, and I never really say this word properly, the ombudsman, as whoever he is, or she is, in this case it was a man, got involved, and we had a whole lot of things, and sort of directions were given to us, like things that we had to do, and particularly it was myself and Matthew Mitchell. We ended up before Matthew Mitchell happened to be a councillor here, and we ended up before this bloke talking about what we could discuss and not. So David, or I should say the Mayor, has been involved in that, so I was a little bit concerned that not concerned, but it was a little bit more upsetting if it wasn't like it was a brand new person sort of involved. The other thing that I'm not happy with when I read 2.2 and 2.3, through the CEO, I think it's going to look at sort of new ideas. New ideas of how to do things and how to abide by things and that. And it makes me feel, when it's going to look how we all going to do these things, why weren't we charged with these things? Because it makes me feel like I'm guilty as well. Not of the first bit, I'd never point. I just pointed to you, sorry. I wouldn't do that to you. But, you know, the other one, it sort of reads, that, and I'm not talking for other people, I'm only talking for myself in this one, we're going to look at a different way of how you're going to do it. And it makes me feel a bit guilty. So I'm going to support the motions, but I just want to let known that particularly 2.2 and the 3.1 sort of emphasise back that we've done something wrong. And I find, well, if we have, I think we should go, you know, whatever happens to things. But I'm hoping in this, and one day he'll hear it or whatever, that David learns to do things a little bit different, and it makes me comfortable that setting for the 15 grand that we have a sort of outcome like this, because I think some of the things that were happening wasn't helping the council, and in that way I mean the people that sit around the table and other people and us, and then the people that generally sit behind us, and that maybe this makes people, and I'm not just saying David, other people sort of think, nearly use the S word there, but other people sort of think, gee, you know, let's make sure we're doing this properly so we can do things sync. Perhaps we should have whipped him and gone and fought him, but that's not in there. So, did I second it?
No.
You've got about a minute left if you need to use that.
So someone else moved it.
Yes.
All right. I'll finish though.
Councillor Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Well, where do we start? I've got some concerns about lots of things in here, but particularly picking up on some of the points that Councillor Harris has spoken about. But let me start with the recommendation 3. I applaud that recommendation. I think that's actually really, really important. And it's I'll absolutely be supporting point 3. I think back to some of the ways that councillors and previous councils have dealt and had interactions with staff and with directors in the past. And I think if I move up to 2.2 now, that we've had, and I'm happy to say I've had meetings with staff and directors in the past. It's been encouraged previously, and I understand that things have changed, and we need to change with those changes. But picking up Councillor Harris's point, I think we're all probably guilty of having conversations with staff, and so I'm a little bit concerned about 2.2. And if you go back to the code, where 2.14, it says refrain from directing or influencing council staff with respect to the way in which these employees perform their duties. Importantly, also 2.13 talks about direct or requests for works or actions by council staff. The council's chief executive officer will nominate delegates. And in the past, for example, directors have been nominated delegates, and so we've freely had conversations with directors. And so I just don't understand fully about 2.2 why this has come up as a code of conduct. So that's just a comment. In terms of 2.1, the mayor's actions and behaviours, which refer to 2.3 of the code, I'm sure everyone has read the code and they're correct, but to remind you, act in a reasonable, just, respectful and non-discriminatory way with people. Now, what I found interesting in this particular code of conduct is it wasn't the person subject to the hand gesture who made the complaint, it was the third party who made that complaint. And that right was accorded to the person or the CEO who received the hand gesture. And so I'm someone who also talks with my hands, and I know, again, hand on heart, I can say when I've been talking in this chamber and people have spoken, I've probably used a similar gesture to say, no, I'm top of the floor, I'm talking. And so, again, they're like raising my glass in terms of this. So I'm a little bit concerned about not having the full findings in front of us, so we don't understand the logic applied by Kennedy Jones when they did their investigation. What we're getting is a very small snippet of a recommendation, and a recommendation that I'm interested in the rest of the day. but recommendations that I'm not convinced I agree with, particularly in terms of the behaviours if you relate them back to the code. So I'll just remind you, 2.3 of the code talks about reasonable, just, respectful, non-discriminatory. And so the third group in my mind is a hand gesture influencing any of those, just, respectful, non-discriminatory, and reasonable. And in terms of refraining from directing or influencing council staff in terms of 2.2, that's been a behaviour that has been accepted and normalised here for some time. Whether it's right or wrong, and I think it has changed recently, and I commend that, and I support those changes. It has been a behaviour that we've all been part of. And so I don't understand how that is in breach of code of conduct, particularly when we look at 2.13, where the council CEO's delegate is a director, and those conversations largely been with directors. So that's my thinking. I haven't totally made up my mind before I vote. I'm certainly supportive of 1 and 3. I've asked for it to be in parts, so I can reserve the right to vote differently for 2.1 and 2.2.
Yeah, just want to ask a question. It says in so 2.2 that in meeting monthly with directors of which the CEO attended to discuss a range of matters and may have breached that code. And then it further says that the mayor has since modified his interactions with employees to address this. Can I just get some clarification to how the mayor has addressed his interactions and how that's changed?
Through the Deputy Mayor, so the Mayor is no longer meeting monthly with directors. So as the report highlighted, the Mayor would meet monthly to discuss a range of matters with those directors. He's chosen now to not do so. If I may just respond generally, through the induction process, the councils were advised that you are able to speak with the directors on particular projects and on strategic matters. You can continue to do that, and I welcome your inquiries through me or to the directors in relation to that. The investigation focused on whether there was involvement in relation to operational matters.
Further question? Yeah. So just wanted to, just a further question to clarify, are any, just for my peace of mind, are any meetings still occurring with yourself and directors that other councillors wouldn't be aware of?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no. So as of right, I meet with the Mayor weekly. That's quite normal practice for councils right around the state for that to happen, and the code specifically facilitates that. So I'm meeting with the Mayor weekly. When I'm on annual leave, the acting CEO does so in my place.
Just to confirm, so further question through the chair. So directors aren't regular at those meetings, just to clarify?
That's correct. Directors are not at those meetings unless I invite them to the meeting.
Further question just on that last point. Can we, so the Mayor's not in this similar position again, if the Mayor, and I know the Mayor meets with you because everyone knows that council has a direct say over CEO but not other staff members, can it be then practice in future if directors are involved in meetings that other councillors are also invited to attend, or at least be aware what those meetings are about? Because that is obviously, this recommendation is stating that the Mayor shouldn't be meeting with the directors, and it stated that you were present at some of those meetings. So is that going to be a problem in future? Just wanted to get some clarification, just so he's not in this position again.
Thank you for the question. Through the Deputy Mayor, I think the investigation found it was the regularity of the meetings that was the issue, not the fact that directors are able to provide information to councillors. So it was the monthly meeting and the regularity of that caused the investigator to consider there was an issue. The investigator has advised me that in conducting normal business of council, the Mayor is able to meet with me, and if I invite directors, I can do so. But those meetings are generally around projects at which you receive briefings. We can certainly ensure that you receive information that is presented to the Mayor should that occur in the future.
Thanks for that.
Before we go to, I need to seek leave for the meeting to extend the meeting to another half an hour if we need to.
Sorry, that way.
So, all those in favour? All those in favour? Extending the meeting. Okay, any further debate? Okay,
Sorry, just one more, just a question, and it's not really David, it's us. And I looked at the director here and I turned around and looked at the set of hands at the moment. Yes. So what I've done at any other region, but just the 13.2 was on the thing talking about Edward and that sort of stuff. I talked to the director, the director, and some of the questions I've gone to Pam with or talked actually when I went past doing the telephone. So technically, that's not on. That's the case, isn't it? If I'm talking to the director and he brings Pam in and we talk about it, that's a different matter. Well, I assume.
Through the Deputy Mayor, the protocol essentially is the council should not be approaching staff unless invited to do so. So you can speak to me if you want to speak to the directors. I'm happy, as I've indicated to you previously, that you can speak to the directors without necessarily going through me, should there be issues in relation to projects and strategic matters. If there's operational matters, you can lodge an email, you can lodge a request for service. You can raise that with the director, and then that will follow through the normal path. If the director chooses to introduce the team manager into the discussion, they are able to do that. It's the issue that the investigation found, or the investigators suggested, was the regularity of the meetings.
Yeah.
So this isn't intended to impede the operations of council and your role as councillors in respect to representing your community. You are able to contact me and the directors with queries, and you are able to raise issues that you would like some attention given to, and we would normally do a request for service on those requests, and that's how we operate.
Thank you for the answer, because that's exactly what the Ombudsman said to us before. So I'm happy with that answer.
any further debate? That being the case, Councillor Pearce, would you like to sum up? Okay, so we're going to take we're going to vote on each of these in parts. So item one, we need to go to that. Yep. Okay, so item one, Council consider item 13.14, Code of Conduct Inquiry, receive and notice the report. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Item two, Council. So this is item 2.1. Council notes that the investigation into alleged breaches of code of conduct, Council members has found that the Mayor's actions and behaviours towards the Chief Executive Officer at the Council meeting 25th of September 2018 were contrary to clause 2.3 of the Code, for which he has now apologised. So all those in favour of that motion? All those against? Motion carried. So that this makes sense, I'll read the top part again. So Council notes that the investigation into alleged breaches of code of conduct for council members has found that in meetings, that a meeting monthly with directors at which the Chief Executive Officer attended to discuss a range of matters, that the Mayor breached clause 2.14 of the Code. However, the Mayor has since modified his interactions with employees to address this. All those in favour? Against? Motion lost. Sorry, can we just say that show of hands? So all those in favour? Again? Yes. I'm going to vote against it. So motion lost.
Oh, I didn't hear which way did you vote?
I voted against it.
Vote against it.
Okay, so item part 3. Following the outcome of this investigation, the Council supports a review of its processes and procedures in relation to interactions between councillors and staff as part of reviewing the Code of Conduct policy to ensure best practice is maintained. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. That's it. Thank you.
We got another item, another couple.
Oh, yes. 50 odd thousand. Oh, oh, Bruce. Well, what else?
That's wondrous.
Because the person who caused us the most problems and the most money.
Okay, let's just get resettled. I don't know the outcome, but I'll find out at some stage. We've just resumed the meeting as to where we were after that item, which is item 14, the protocols. Reports of information, there are none tonight, so it's pretty easy. Council diary. We have a citizenship ceremony coming up on Australia Day. Sorry, no. So Tuesday the 30th of March, which is in alignment with Harmony Day. Sorry, 19th. On the 19th, so it's not too hot. Is it here? Item 17, general business of an urgent nature. Are there any urgent matters to be discussed tonight? No, I'm going to move on urgently. Good. Confidential items. Item 18.1, support of Residential Facilities Act licensing Clifford House. Someone move.
Seconded.
Part 1. Is that right? Just part 1. Sorry, moved. Councillor Group, wish to speak to it. Seconded by Councillor Harris, wish to speak to it.
Okay, Ken.
Further debate. Further debate, all those in favour? Sorry, in terms of going into confidence, item 18.1 part 1, all those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you.